All right. Good evening, comrades. And let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this exciting program in honor of the life of Advocate Hisham Mohammed. And I think our first sense of gratitude should go to the African National Congress, Luthuli House, for actually ensuring that we are going to virtually congregate here and have these exciting discussions, a men dialogue with a theme, men as partners, generation equality. Hisham Mohammed passed on the 24th of August. He was a senior public servant in the Department of Justice and Correctional Services. He was also the ultimate professional in his work environment and challenged the face of justice in South Africa. He has been hailed this week as a people's advocate, champion of the poor, human rights activist, and servant of the people. And all of those descriptions certainly ring true. His main purpose was to serve the people, the most vulnerable in society, in the hope of making a positive impact in their lives, whether it was through effectively implementing and creating legislation, providing access to justice, and assisting with legal or private matters for over 3 decades. He left an indelible mark in the society as a whole. Comrade Hisham took up the fight against gender-based violence and femicide by creating tools such as information videos, free legal services, and advocacy programs. During the lockdown, he also hosted soup kitchens, organized food parcels, and sanitary care packs for people in the poorest areas. We must thank his family for his extraordinary life, which was dedicated to making difference in the lives of the poor people of South Africa. This dialogue that we are starting today must assist us to change the way we perceive women and change the way we conduct ourselves towards women. So, comrades, we've got quite a lengthy program in front of us, which we have all been provided with. And I was going to call upon the faith leaders that have been assigned the task of making the opening prayer to execute that task. Can we then ready ourselves for the opening prayer from the faith leaders that have been assigned the task to open this session? Who is the faith leader that's assigned this task for the opening prayer?
The chaplain from the Western Cape.
Can we have the chaplain from the Western Cape?
I think all muted, he's talking alone.
Did he mute it? Because I know sometimes and they say
it will be Reverend June Major. Reverend June.
It seems like she's not in, Chair. The chaplain from the Northern Cape is in, Comrade Saul. May we ask the chaplain from the Northern Cape to pray, since we can't seem to find Reverend June. Comrade Saul, unmute yourself.
Comrade Zamane, you are muted.
Pastor Des, will you please give us an opening prayer?
That's okay, Chair. Can we just close our eyes?
Des, Pastor Des. Thank you very much.
Okay, let us pray. Father, it's in the name of Jesus, we come to your throne. We thank you for your goodness, your mercy, and your grace. We have gathered here, Father, virtually to engage in this critical matter. It is the prayer of my heart that we will, that the Holy Spirit will open up things unto us, things that no mind has conceived, no ear has heard, no eye has seen, new things that can help us so that this would not just be another talk shop, but it will be a new thing, Father God, implementable things, so that we can help our vulnerable people. It is the prayer of my heart that each and every speaker will impact and give an input, Father God, that will take us forward. Come and bless the session now. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen and amen.
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 Thank you very much, Pastor Des. Pastor Des is our provincial chaplain here in the Northern Cape, very young, dynamic, full of energy. And thank you very much for the wonderful prayer. Next on our program is playing of a clip on gender-based violence, which has been produced from the Western Cape.
Hi, my name is Isha Mohammed. I'm the chairperson of the Southern Suburbs Legal Advice Center and a member of parliament for the African National Congress based in the Southern Suburbs. This is a second part of our program over this Women's Month period over the next 4 weeks. And we will be dealing in this program the legislative amendments that the President announced on the 17th of June this year in relation to gender-based violence and femicide, how to fight gender-based violence and femicide. The idea is to improve the law, the current laws as they are. Just to recap what we said in the first program, the amendments relates to the Domestic Violence Act, secondly, the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act, and thirdly, the Criminal Procedure Act. In this program, I will be covering just the Domestic Violence Act, and there will be a program following year after. So let's have a look. One of the 5 points was to bring about legislative changes to the current legislation, the current arsenal of the state, in other words, to fight gender-based violence and femicide. We will be looking at all 3 pieces of legislation which have been fast-tracked to decisively tackle the growing scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. These 3 legislation, or bills as they call it, have been published and will be republished once it reaches the Parliamentary Committee on Justice and Correctional Services, on which I serve. When victims of domestic abuse do turn to the law for protection, the law should be effective and efficient in its response, we will all agree. So the Domestic Violence Act, just briefly, it provides for an interim or final protection order with suspended warrant of arrest, and the key challenge relates to the implementation and uptake of this remedy. Let's have a look at what the changes are that will be effected through a bill of parliament. The first proposed change to the Domestic Violence Act is to ensure that you will now be able to secure an online application for a protection order. Currently, victims or complainants have to go all the way to the court, sometimes under very stressful situation and having to take off from work. The amendment that will be brought about will enable you to put an online application of a protection order. The idea of the amendment is also to align the act with the Protection from Harassment Act of 2011. And then there's very important proposed amendments relating to definitions. For example, the definition of damage to property is amended to refer not only to the property belonging to the complainant, but also to a person related to the complainant. In other words, in the past, if the property of your mother or father or your relative was damaged as a result of a domestic violence and not your property, then it was difficult for the law to charge the perpetrator under the Domestic Violence Act, because the act only refers to the two of you in a relation. However, this amendment, which refers to a person related to the complainant, by inserting those words, one will also be able to charge the perpetrator under the Domestic Violence Act if he damages the property of your relative. Then there is a further amendment.
Yeah, there's a bit of an interruption with the clip.
We will play the rest of the clip later.
Okay. No, thank you very much, comrades. As I was listening to the clip by Comrade Hisham Mohammed, I got a sense of what community activism means. It's about us picking up what are the problems in the communities and engaging with those problems. Should not end with picking up what the problems are.
You are mute, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, comrades. What I was saying, comrades, as I was listening to the video clip, I got a sense of what community activism is all about. Picking up problems in communities and engaging with them. And I think that's one of the defining attributes of Comrade Hisham Mohammed. Can we get Comrade Lerumo Kalako then to give us the welcome and overview of the program as the co-director? Comrade Lerumo Kalako. Is Comrade Lerumo Kalako online from the Western Cape? My counterpart from the Western Cape. I suspect he's not online. Can we get Comrade Malvern De Bruin?
Yeah, thanks, Comrade Zamani. Yeah, I think, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, comrades. Comrade President Cyril Ramaphosa, esteemed speakers and participants from civil society, NEC members and leaders of COSATU and the SSCP, leaders and participants from Western Cape and Northern Cape structures, our guests from other provinces, and participants who joined us on social media. A warm welcome to the Men as Partners, Generations and Equality event. We start our program with the interview that was already done and also with the video clip. Thank you, Comrade Chair.
No, thank you very much, Comrade Malvern De Bruin. Comrades, our next speaker on the program is Shangele Mabulu from the Sonka Gender Justice, which is a community-based organization which mobilizes communities around issues of gender. And he will address us on gender-based violence and femicide, the role of men and boys. And I'm certain you are all aware of it. Is Shangele Mabulu? Do we have Shangele Mabulu from Sonke Gender Justice? Shangele Mabulu.
Okay. Thank you very much, Comrade Zaman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, Chief.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address comrades. Let me start by saying, let me greet all people as protocol observed due at time. So let me start by saying, my name is Sikangele, and my surname is Mabulu. I've grown up in Tentane. I was circumcised in Tentane, and the time I was circumcised in Tentane, I got a name after circumcision. That name was called Zanokhanyo. And the Zanokhanyo name that was unpacked a lot to me. You don't just get the name when you come for circumcision. I'm saying this because I know that some of the culture might not be experienced the same, but I'm speaking as my experience. So when I got the name of Zanokhanyo, I was told a lot of messages that this name is unpacked. A lot of messages which says that as Zanokhanyo, you are the head of the house. As Zanokhanyo, you can't cry in front of the public. As Zanokhanyo, you provide your family. As Zanokhanyo, you provide the security of the family. And a lot of messages that was unpacked, which sometimes when I walk the journey of being a man, I end up, facing a lot of challenges through this name. So on that note, I think for me as men and also my peers, surrounding my peers, this day or this activity is very important because as a man, I also I need a better future for my daughter. I need my mother to stay safe, as well as enjoying the responsibility of being supported by my wife at home. So ideally, the purpose is to make sure that we are fighting gender-based violence as part of the country priorities, and also as well as utilization of existing statutes of the country to end the gender-based violence. Also encouraging the political commitment to all leadership, as well as the management to all institutions, as to make sure that they are prioritizing.
Why click here to hear others?
Comrades, can we please mute?
Okay, that's very true. Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
So make sure that we're encouraging a political commitment to all leaders and the management of the institution to prioritize on issues of gender-based violence. Comrade, you will take note that sometimes the institutions will draw a plans in the various institutions, but first, those plans sometimes are not being fulfilled in those institutions. Sometimes the budget are being shifted to other priorities of the department. So hence, it's a call to all institutions to make sure that they are prioritize the issues of gender-based violence. Also, what exactly informs the engagement for today is that, as we've seen outside there, that there's rape and killings of our daughters, our sisters and mothers outside there, and the very severe domestic violence across the country, and also the persistence of the patriarchy action in our country. And also, that says the more than a half of women in our country were killed by an intimate partner, which is someone that you love, someone that you share a lot of your challenge to him. But that particular individual is most of the time in our country is taking their life. So I want us, comrades, to think about two things when I'm going to speak on those on that. When it comes to the persistence of the patriarch actions, there's two things, a question that we must ask ourselves. And the first question is whether we join the gender-sensitive approach to deal with a gender-based violence, or we join the gender transformation approach. I know for the fact that we need to make sure that we take consider the rights of individual, even if it's a man. But as much as we respect that fact, let's think double when it comes to transformation approach. But when you transform a person, so that means that individual, you need to challenge that the beliefs and practice when to transform a person. It's not an easy journey, but in the meantime, we want the journey parallel, because at the same time wanted to protect or the beliefs, protect the right of the people. At the same time, we need to make sure that we challenge these things that men are doing to our women. The values attached to us as men causing the damage. For example, as I said it earlier, that men believe that the man does not cry, that the man should provide. That means that as a man, you should be a machine of the household. And also the man should be head of the house, as well as the man should be security of the house. And the man is a decision maker of the house. The man shall always win. So those beliefs that are coming from the patriarch system that we had before are really make damages to our society. So also, I wanted to introduce that the country itself do have tools to committed in place to combat gender-based violence, which includes our preamble in our constitution, the right of equality irrespective of gender, as per Section 9 of our constitution, the Domestic Violence Act, which is unfair, talking about more unfair discrimination, the Sexual Offense Act, and also the recent declaration that was signed by our president in March 2019. I want us in this note to encourage people to think globally, but as well localize your action to combat. You think globally, think everything that is happening in a globally, but we act at the community. By the current GPV NSP, which is forming gender desk in a workplace, or forming gender desks in your community, as well as GPV forums. Also, you joined and support the Men's Platform Initiative using the integrated approach, because sometimes when you work in silos in this community, it really doesn't help, because we scatter the resources. We don't put the resources together. But now it's our challenge, or it's our call that people should make sure that they are putting resources together in the integrated approach in the community. For example, if anything happened to our society, let's join in hands. Many communities give a scenario whereby organization will have a shutdown in the community, specific community. Say, guys, let's meet together and shut down the community, so that the criminals or the perpetrators who actually violate the rights of the women, they can then see that they are not welcome in those communities. But as well as court monitoring, because when a person is raped in our society, what happens in our court systems? Do we follow those court procedures to pressure that they must, the court should utilize the statutes effectively when they found that someone or a person was taken to the court? I will make an example in one of the communities in Yanga, whereby a person would go and open a case for rape. And after that, in between, the case is withdrawn without reason. And as an organization, many people came to our offices and asked for our help due to the fact that their cases was withdrawn without their consents. So this is what I'm trying to say when I'm talking about monitoring the system, because the system is there, but the system needs the community to make sure that the community is monitoring that system. Also, we talk about the counseling and the treatment, the post-exposure prophylaxis services that are happening, that when a person raped, so that they can go to the nearest state, there's still a lot of gaps to make sure that people know the services of the government. They know when you raped, and then you must make sure that you get a treatment, ARV treatment, as I said, the post-exposure prophylaxis program. Talk about also the corporate but making popular punishment also is something that it's because society keep fighting to the children when they have when they punish them. So we need also to challenge that, but also comrades challenging advocacy. Talk about advocacy. We need to continue lobby, continue mobilize, and continue engage as a society to make sure that we've got campaigns that are running in our society when it comes to the issue of gender-based violence. In my end, in this, I wanted to talk about the people to act as immediately. If you can't act directly, because sometimes you need to act directly, as when you see anything that is happening and any person who's infringed the rights of other person outside there, when it comes to gender-based violence, then you have to be direct to that person and say, that is not welcome what you are doing, because gender-based violence, it doesn't start for when you kill a person. It starts when you saying something to an individual, and then you continue doing that, talk about sexual harassment issues. So when you hear or see someone is doing that to another person, you must talk directly and try to resolve the issue directly to the person. But the second thing, you must make sure that you deploy the agencies. You take, if you see a problem, you can't do anything on that, then you call the police, or you call the person that you think that the person can assist in terms of resolving the issue, especially the primary gender prevention, primary prevention. Because if you talk about primary prevention, you prevent something not to be escalated, trying to resolve as much as you can, where the thing is not escalated yet. So the last thing that I wanted to talk is when you distract a violence. Sometimes you wanted to call the police, but you see that this police can come late after some time. Then does that mean that now we have to distract the violence that you see in front of you by, I'll make an example. Someone is crying, and you notice that someone is not. And I make an example of what happens to me. My neighbor, there was a challenge on my neighbor. Someone was crying inside, and I was thinking of what happened actually in this at the back. And I wanted to call the police. I can see that the police would come late. I took the stone, and then I threw the stone to a window. At that time, the perpetrator was shocked, and then the police are coming, because you are distracting the problem and the challenge while you are trying to deploy someone to help on the institution or on the issue. So on that note, I think we need to join our struggle to fight this pandemic, because as our country, we can't sit down while we smell the blood of our doctors, the blood of our sisters, and the blood of our mothers every time and again. And people have been killing each other. It's a call that needs everyone to sit together and draw the table, not only to talk in public, but do in actions. So if I could have time, I could give you a scenario of campaigns that strongly gender justice in a various community to make sure that we are fighting this gender-based violence. But in this moment, hand over.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mabulu. And we've got different shifts as chairpersons. I think I will be handing over to Malvern to continue with the program. But I think what is very important is for us to acknowledge the presence of the president. He have joined us with these engagements. And I think on behalf of all the participants, it would just be appropriate for me to express our sense of gratitude to the president for his commitment in the fight against gender violence and femicide in the country. In the previous engagements, the president actually flagged gender-based violence as another pandemic that the country is confronted with, which we should develop practical responses to ensure that we discontinue it as part and parcel of the social fiber in South Africa. And your presence here today, Comrade President, is a practical demonstration of your commitment to fighting gender-based violence. I'm going to hand over to the co-director, Malvern de Bruin, to continue with the program.
Thanks, Comrade Zamani. Yeah, thank you, Comrade Mabulu, for that analysis of the challenges we face and that we should be doing as a nation in adversity. Our next segment of the program will feature reflections and voices from a wide spectrum of our communities, from the NGO and religious sectors, followed by a perspective from the police service and community police forums, and then a traditional leader. These sectors will be represented by Advocate Bernice Burgess, Reverend Dr. Llewellyn McMaster, General Nguni from SAPS, and traditional leader Mr. Aaron Messelar. Comrades, may you take the floor in that order, starting with Advocate Burgess. Please be mindful of the time, and if there's a connection problem, we move on to the next speaker and we'll come back to you. Each one will get 3 minutes to reflect, and we'll take it from there. Thank you, Advocate Burgess. You can take the floor. Advocate Burgess, are you with us? Can we move to the next speaker, Dr. Llewellyn McMaster?
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Good evening, all, President and everyone. I'll go right into what I feel important a contribution, especially from a religious faith point of view. And I think what is necessary, I think we all understand that gender-based violence is a complex, complicated and a wide-ranging issue that involves a multitude of factors embedded in culture, including religion, the economics, law, and also entrenched in other cultural constructions of masculinities. So what is needed, I think, when we look at it and ask questions, why are we not succeeding? Why Are we not successful like last year? I mean, we all had this feeling that we are moving and things are happening. There's marches, there's protests. But here we are a year later, and it seems as if we have not. So I think from a theological point of view, I think we need some honest analysis of the root causes of gender-based violence that will help us in having a better and deeper understanding. That means, amongst other things, revisiting our theological or religious beliefs and foundations. It means understanding the systemic nature of gender-based violence, but it means also an honest and open rereading of our holy scriptures, like in my case as a Christian, the Bible. Because sometimes we just say the Bible is a book that sort of promotes patriarchy. But I think there are also many other stories in the Bible that highlight the incredible role of women from the Old Testament right through. But I think it's important for us within faith communities to create safe spaces for what I want to call storytelling, but also story listening. I think it's important to bring the two of that together. Especially as men, we need to listen to the stories. It means an active listening. It means intentional listening. It means compassionate listening while women share their pain. I think safe spaces also for mediation and facilitation of processes. And from a pastoral point of view, I think it happened a lot that one has to sit with the parties and be open and objective to listening to all the voices. I think it's important for the churches and faith communities to readjust their budgets because budgets speak to our vision and our mission. It speaks to our understanding of our calling as agents and instruments of what we call God in our commitment to justice, inclusivity, equality, and real peace, what we call shalom. In other words, the values of what we call the kingdom of God that is definitely not what we see manifested in acts of violence, including gender-based violence and corruption and things like that. It means faith communities must not do it on their own also. We must collaborate and network with other organizations that promote gender equality and so forth and so forth. But I think most important for me is there must be a real commitment, be intentionality to change the narrative, to change the culture. And that means long-term goals must be set. I'm more and more aware of the fact that we try to do things, you know, we think that the march here and the protest there will change the culture. I think we need to work deeper in many aspects of the things that we're struggling with in our country. It has to do with the fact that there's cultures that has been entrenched over many years, decades, and so on. And that is, in other words, you need more than individuals to change. You need systems also to change. You need attitudes to change. It means intergenerational conversations. It means intergender, if I can put it that way, conversations. It means deliberate adoption of campaigns. I'm involved for many years now with for example, the Thursday in Black campaign that started in the 70s with mothers in Argentina. But in the 80s, the World Council of Churches took it over. So it is conscientization that must continue. I think the churches must also relook what we call church discipline or tug. In our church, for example, it is still mostly young girls or women who have, a child outside wedlock that must come for discipline. But what about these acts of gender-based violence? Are we bold enough to say that there also we need our church discipline to speak to it? in the end, I think we must work with men and boys, and because it can have a positive, transformative impact for the lives of women and girls, but also for men themselves. And we must maybe come away from the belief that all men are biologically programmed or hardwired to be abusive. So let us also view men as positive, shall I say, agents in our aim to eradicate gender-based violence. Let me stop there, because if we preachers start preaching and we say the Spirit takes us, we don't stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Comrade McMaster. You were in your 3 minutes. Thank you very much. I believe Advocate Venice Burgess is available. Advocate, can you take the podium, please?
Unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable President. I'm Advocate Venice Burgess, who leverages my legal expertise in the coalface within communities to address social injustices through access to justice, victim support, socioeconomic development programs of Ukuba Vimba Foundation, which is a self-funded non-profit organization with PBO status and a Section 18A tax clearance, to establish in respect of the wicked systemic social, adaptive, and social justice problems which citizens experience. We address gender-based violence, supporting the victims at grassroots levels through access to justice, cutting through the barriers created, preventing social justice. Honorable President, when you addressed our nation recently, you encouraged all men to rally against the scourge of gender-based violence and labeled it as the country's second pandemic during COVID-19 crisis. That government have not finalized or have now finalized the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, Femicide and Emergency Response Action Plan. Minister Lamula also wants the justice system to be stronger when dealing with gender-based violence. Today, I am the voice of the voiceless, and I am the hope of the hopeless, to alert you, Honorable President, that for years now, the people of Maritzburg in particular, and across the Western Cape, have reported several incidents of rapes and sexual assaults involving minors. The problem we found is that there is a horrendous disconnect between the three spheres of justice, in that SAPS FCS unit prepare watertight cases which appear to be court ready, but the NPA is proving to be the impediment in realizing the department's vision of justice for all. In some rural areas, within our local prosecutors are still referred to as, in brackets, the ondermagistraat, close brackets, although there is no such designation in terms of our law. We found a regular tendency and unwillingness of the NPA to prosecute these type of cases, which manifests itself in little towns like Maritzburg. We understand that it is very difficult to adduce reliable and consistent evidence from children at that young and tender age, unless there are prima facie and direct evidence in DNA results. If it is such a shame, Honorable President, that some of these cases falls through the cracks of the legal scrutiny. Yesterday, just yesterday, Honorable President, the NPA of the Western Cape posted a shocking article in the public domain wherein it declined prosecutions against a local pastor and daycare owner in Maritzburg, who allegedly sexually assaulted 2 minors aged 3 and 4 without notifying the affected families. The NPA Western Cape is of the view that the 2 minors are incompetent witnesses. We requested from the NPA, who were these clinical psychologists? When did they assess the kids? Why were the families not timeously notified before publishing this into the public domain? Mr. President, it is a travesty of justice in that someone forgot about the application and persuasive support of the circumstantial evidence in the absence of prima facie evidence. That is facta probanda being facta probantia. The criminal justice system are failing our people as they lack the expertise as well as the people skills and have no sense of humanity. Honorable President, we urge you to listen to the clarion call and immediately deploy the Ministerial Rapid Response Task Team to the Western Cape to address the serious disconnect within the three spheres of justice. And please, Honorable President, to release funding for gender-based violence organizations. We further urge you to intervene immediately to establish why the NPA is giving automatic right to pedophiles to continue with raping and sexually assaulting children under the ages of 5. Honorable President, in conclusion, I need you to remember there shall be no peace without justice, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Burgess.
Thank you.
Can we now move to the next speaker, General Mnguni from the Northern Cape? General Mnguni, are you with us? Going once? Okay, I think he's not with us yet. Can we then move to the next speaker, Comrade Aaron Martin William Messler from the traditional sectors from the Western Cape. Comrade Messler, are you with us? I see you there. Thank you very much. You can continue.
Good evening, President. Good evening, everyone. It is important, President, that we look into the fact that traditional leaders is the custodian of culture and tradition. And the near fact, therefore, is that we must also realize that the acknowledgement of traditional leaders in all spheres of government is very important. I will say it's paramount, due to the fact that traditional leaders is the third sphere of government, because there's 21, roughly plus minus 21 million people in South Africa, and most of that people live in rural communities, and they are under the ruling and governing of traditional leaders. But it's also very important that we must realize that the fact that traditional leaders feel marginalized due to the fact that government never try their utmost to participate in programs that traditional leaders put on table. And it is therefore that we feel at the end of the day that also in the urban areas that we have a problem. The problem that we really face on gender-based violence is the fact that South Africans, who are African people, has lost mostly the culture and cultural practice. And it is a fact that we traditional leaders are also the gateway of communities that have been targeted in various interventions that have always been central to these interventions, that studies has found that some comes that traditional leaders can combat gender-based violence. And if government works hand in hand with traditional leaders, this pandemic of gender-based violence can be combated. But we also realize that at the end of the day that some of us does not really acknowledge the culture of the practicing of culture. Some see that the practicing of culture, some of them are very harmful. Some of them, it is not actually only on South Africa, but mostly in the broader space of Africa. Because if you look to the few things that are like one of those that they saw that at the end of the day is harmful is one of the that they practice in Malawi. Some of them is also practiced amongst ourselves. And we feel at the end of the day that people must understand culture. There's also the criminality aspect that some of individuals bring into culture. And that made that Utwala and etc. and so on being seen as at the end of the day that's harmful towards women, etc. and so on. But you must know, Honorable President, some of these things is that being practiced also by the criminals see the opportunity how they can do the criminality mindsets enforced upon women. We see women as vulnerable, etc. and so on. But traditional leaders also see it differently because some of the traditional leaders are also women. So that women also govern and rule among their own people. So it is not only men who are traditional leaders, but there are also women, etc. And we feel at the end of the day that government are supposed to work hand in hand. And let's go to the rural communities, and we're looking further in, said that some constituencies, or most of the constituencies, you find there's some politicians and there's also traditional leaders. And if the traditional leaders and the politicians can share amongst the notes, because most of the things that can assist the community and make the life better, and also to understand that how to can combat this type of criminality amongst our communities is when politicians can work together with the traditional leaders. We as traditional leaders also, and at the end of the day, when we look into the urban areas where most of our subjects are living amongst us, we see there that politicians at the end of the day feel that they want to take their communities and make them one-sided away from traditional leaders. And we feel at the end of the day, when the people die, where are they going to? They're going back to the constituencies where they are born. So we feel that politicians must also work hand in hand. Let's go to the departments and see. We feel at the end of the day that government are supposed to make sure that all departments work hand in hand with the institution of traditional leaders, because the institution of traditional leaders is at the end of the day the mouthpiece also of the people of the ground, especially on the rural communities. I don't want to go further deeper, and I will say, Honorable President, we as Controlesa make ourselves available to work hand in hand with government, and we also make ourselves available at the end of the day to make sure that the gap being closer with all spheres of government, especially when it comes to the national house, provincial house, and local houses, as well as it's also amongst the communities and so on. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nesla. Let me just check, is General Mguni, is you with us? General Mguni, are you with us? I don't think he's here. Thanks. We will now hear from Comrade Richard Jones, an elder, academic Calvin Gilfillian, high school learner Nolutanda Kakala, Queenie Madikizela Malema, a representative from the LGBTQI community, Donald Solani and Sandile Oliphant from the liquor outlets and taverns, Skaran Tabeni and Temba Bavuna from the sports sector, and pop musician Tato Makape, and a medical doctor Katani and social worker Claudia Roth. Let's start with Comrade Richard Jones, and the other speakers will follow. Comrades, let's stick to the 3 minutes each. Thank you very much. Comrade Richard.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good evening, friends and comrades. My name's Richard Jones. I'm still coming to terms with being described as an elder, but I'm getting used to it. Most discussions on gender-based violence tend to focus on its physical, sexual, and psychological manifestations. In my contribution to the discussion, I will draw attention to the types of economic violence experienced by women and its impact on health and development. Economic violence can include limited access to funds and credit. It includes controlling access to healthcare, to employment or education. It involves excluding people from financial decision-making, and it includes discriminatory traditional laws on inheritance, on property rights, and on the use of communal land. At the workplace, we still find women receiving unequal remuneration for work done that is equal to in value to that of men. Women may be overworked and underpaid and used for unpaid work outside of their contractual agreements. In the home environment, some women are barred from working by their partner. Other men may totally abandon family maintenance to the woman. These forms of economic violence result in deepening poverty, They compromise educational attainment and development opportunities for women. Economic violence can in turn lead to physical violence. It can promote sexual exploitation, and it can lead to increased maternal morbidity and mortality, and increased trafficking of women and girls. I would argue that we need more multi-sectoral interventions that promote economic equity between women and men. We must provide greater economic opportunities for women, and we must inform people of their rights. Programs that reach out to men and change societal beliefs and attitudes that permit exploitative behavior are urgently required. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard Jones. Can we then move to the next speaker, Calvin Gilfillan? Calvin, are you with us?
I am with you. Good evening, Comrade Melvin and Comrade President and everybody else. Greetings from beautiful Paarl. It's a wonderful spring day here in Paarl. Thanks for introducing me. I am not full-time in academia anymore, but I am now having the dubious honor of managing the oldest colonial building in the country, the Castle of Woodham in Cape Town. And you know, when you sit there and you address the marches, Mums for Justice and LGBTQ plus victims who come to the castle to reflect and to try to deal with their pain through history, you realize how deeply 400 years of colonialism and apartheid has brutalized and dehumanized our society. So much so that, Comrade President and my fellow participants, that there is no single institution on South African soil, and dare I say on African soil, that's not affected by patriarchy, by the scourge of gender-based violence. Essentially, we, as men, we have unilaterally declared, war against the female body, and the female body not representing femininity only, but everything that's other, the weak, whether it's as they say, I'm a queer, or whether it is people with disabilities, the weak, the poor. It seems to me that as a society, all of those years of brutalization and dehumanization has made us to turn unto ourselves and to fight ourselves, because there's no visible enemy anymore. The enemy, whether it was an apartheid ruler or colonel or general, not with us anymore. So it's as if we are looking for the weakest victim closest to us to outpour that. So I'm not going to speak long, because I know many people are going to say this. My advice to all of us: if you are in any institution, it's kindergarten, it's school, whether it's even you, Mr. President, in your own office, I think look at the environment where you are in. And
sorry, Comrade Calvin, can I interject? Can you maybe raise your voice a little bit? Thank you.
I will come closer. I'm saying, I'm almost in conclusion. What I'm saying that the advice, or whatever you can call it, that I can give to all of us in our institutions, whether it's in the kindergarten, whether it's in the presidency, whether it's at the castle.
Volume, please, comrade. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? I'm very close to me. Can you hear me now? Better. Yes.
Continue.
Yes. What I'm saying in conclusion, wherever we are.
Can you speak up a little bit, comrade, please? We can't hear you. We can't hear you, please. Can you up your volume? Thank you.
Okay. I'll try my utmost. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Continue, Comrade Calvin. Continue.
Can you hear me now?
Much better.
All right. So what I'm saying, I don't know what you've lost, but I just don't want to waste other people's time. And I'm speaking to where I'm sitting. I'm sitting whether you, Melvin, is in COSATU, in the unions, in the schools, in the kindergartens, wherever we are, we need to take deep introspection and see how do we perpetuate through our language, through our culture, through our body postures, through our silly remarks, our sexist jokes? How do we perpetuate this and legitimize almost this attack on the other, on the female body? And as I said earlier, if you've missed this, it's not only the female body that's that's the target in this war, but everything that's other than us, whether it's the LGBTI community, whether it is people with disabilities, whether it's the weak, the poor. It seems to me that we have turned onto ourselves as a society, and that we need a serious rethink and a serious reset of our moral and our value system. And if we need to discard some of those old cultural things that we cling on to with no historical basis, as the Prince Messelaar said earlier, we need to do so. But somehow we cannot continue with this unilateral declaration of war against the people, the majority, in fact, in society, because females are the majority in our society, that we really need to look at that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I hope that this will not stay a talk shop, but it should be a do shop. We radically look at how do we change our attitudes and our real actions towards the female body, and through all the weak, which is the brunt of our toxic male behavior. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thanks, comrade. Yeah, can we appeal to the comrades and the guests, please mute your microphones. Our next speaker is Noluthando Kakala, a high school learner from the Northern Cape. Noluthando, can you take the podium?
Thank you. Warm greetings to the floor at large, and thank you for inviting me to speak. I am Noluthando Kakala, a grade 11 learner in Northern Cape High School. Gender-based violence has become one rising issue in our country. This issue is not only devastating and scary, yet it entails significant social costs. One characteristic of gender-based violence is that it knows no social or economic boundaries and affects many women and girls like myself. I would define gender-based violence as the phenomenon deeply rooted in gender inequality, as I believe that's where this problem has woken up. The idea that both genders aren't equal, and as many who respond to me and say that, but we've dealt with inequality and women have so much advantages. But my question would be, why we are still dealing with gender-based violence as it is rooted in gender inequality. Therefore, we still sadly haven't dealt with the problem correctly. Which brings me to my next point, where I suggest ways I believe huge problems like these should be dealt with, not scooped under the mat until another one of us is being murdered. The first step would be addressing it and talking about it like we're doing now, but it does not stop here. It is also about practicing equality in our everyday lives, not protecting the oppressors and not being silent. Every day, we should be one where we should address these issues, letting the oppressors know that we are on their backs, not getting tired of speaking on this matter until it's solved. And this is when men step in, the men as partners, heading the part you play in everything, helping us repair. In conclusion, I'd like to remind everyone that we are just depriving ourselves of a fair, just, and peaceful country if this war continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Queenie Madikizela Malema? Queenie, are you ready for us?
Can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having me. Good evening, President of the country. Thank you to the African National Congress in the Western Cape and nationally for this opportunity for the gay people to be able to raise their concerns on this platform. Honorable President, thank you so much. I've picked up that the Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma is also listening in. Thank you for the leadership, comrades, that you have shown. The Western Cape has been very active in the African National Congress in assisting and helping gay communities where people have been gang raped. It is alive, it is happening, and we need to be able to address this matter hands-on. We still get discriminated. There is so many people out there that wants to speak, and the Bill of Rights bill that says that we will be protected and be respected is not in place in the Western Cape, in Gauteng, in Pretoria. We're facing so many things, Mr. President. It is so unfair that women are being beaten, lesbians have been beaten, being burnt out alive, being killed, gay men being raped in prisons in the country. It is critical that these issues needs to be addressed. We have spoken. I know that the Minister of Correctional Services is doing everything in his power to be able to protect these people that can't speak in the centers of our country. But we do have in our communities people that are struggling, they are suffering, and they don't have a voice. And it's so important when the African National Congress said we need to protect our people, our women, our men, and all of these people in our country. And today it is absolutely an honor and a privilege that I know that at the end of the day, these aspects needs to be addressed and have been addressed, but we need to, at the end of the day, focus on getting results. We need our police to enforce the law when it comes to a mother that has been abused, that a gay person has been raped, has been killed. Honorable President, the Western Cape is going through a crisis because of these killings, and it's getting out of control. We need to act now. We cannot no longer stand by grave sites, Mr. President, and seeing our gay people dying. Just last week, a mother ran into a house with, let's say that the capsable bail something. And I mean, the men are doing these things, you understand? And now women are starting to take their own lives. We have the rate of suicide. It's crazy, Mr. President. We need action. We need you, as you have been on the forefront of protecting our rights and protecting our people. You need to address the police people when gay people enters the chart offices of the South African police, so that these drag queens, transvestites, be protected and be respected, Mr. President. I thank you so much for this opportunity. God bless South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Queenie. Can we move to Donald Solani? And thereafter, immediately will be Sandile Olifant from the liquor outlets and taverns in the Northern Cape. Thank you, Donald.
Good evening, comrades. Good evening to the Chief and Commander, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Premier, Mr. Zamani Soul. Thank you for this platform. As an establishment that sells liquor, we have made sure that we heed the call of making sure that we participate in gender-based violence programs that are initiated by an open door policy that we have with the SAPS in Kimberley. As we know that our industry it's an industry that is dominated by patrons who are intoxicated. So what we need to do is to make sure that we hit the call of gender-based violence. As an establishment, we have made sure that we invest in a state-of-the-art security, where we have employed individuals that sit and look at everything that is happening at our establishment and outside. Well, at the moment, we believe that the gender-based violence has become an epidemic closer to the one that we're facing now of COVID-19. What we have done as a venue as well is to make sure that the female people that are part of our working environment are given the chance to lead in most valuable positions within our establishment. I can tell you now that we make sure that as a venue on our daily and monthly meetings or correspondence that goes out to all the employees, we make sure that we have an open door policy throughout our staff and extended family members. Because remember, we spend most of their life, they spend most of their life or hours of the day at work. So automatically we become a family. In that way, we have an open door policy that says, should you experience gender-based violence, be it at work, be it at home, you are welcome to address that. And we make sure that such issues are addressed. Again, because we deal with intoxicated people, and most of them would be young adults that have come into our province, Northern Cape, to study. So we make sure that such adults know exactly how to deal with gender-based violence. We make sure that on our side, we actually educate through whenever we have events. We would open up and have people and employ young adults and also guide them and let them know that because we are an alcohol establishment, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are people that promote violence, especially gender-based violence. So as a venue, we make sure on our side that our patrons are taken care of by means of having state-of-the-art equipment or video equipment, so that should something happen at the venue, people are welcomed to come through, view our cameras, and make sure that we involve the SAPS in everything that we do. Again, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership of making sure that people that are part of this gender-based violence are brought to book. And thank you again, Premier, Mr. Zamani Soul, of giving us the opportunity as a venue to actually voice out our voice and stamp our authority against gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oliphant. Is Mr. Solani perhaps close by? Donald Solani?
Mr. Solani is not available.
Okay, thank you. Can we then move to the next two speakers? The first one will be Skaran Ntobeni, and thereafter will be Temba Bavuma from the Sports Western Cape. Thank you very much, Comrade Skara and Temba. Skaran Ntobeni, Temba Bavuma.
If Skara's not there, I can go.
Sandile, can you mute your microphone? Skara, you can go.
Good evening to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, to our Honorable President as well. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to be a part of this critical engagement on gender-based violence, a pandemic that is affecting our country. First of all, my name is Temba Bavuma. I'm a professional cricketer representing the Proteas as well as the Imperial Lions here in Gauteng. In the past while, I've had the opportunity to be a part of these type of discussions, and they've proved to be informative and insightful, and they've given me the understanding of how sexism, how male dominance, how male privilege effectively lay the foundation for gender-based violence. I've also come to the realization how devastating the impact gender-based violence have been on women, on children, on families, and communities. And I think, you know, it wasn't through a matter of me being oblivious to what was happening, but I think it could be a matter of kind of just normalizing it and accepting as an everyday part of life. Where I sit at the moment, I'm willing, I'm excited to be part of practical solutions that go far beyond just discussions around gender-based violence, but discussions that that effectively challenge our social norms, our practices, our cultures, our traditions as a societies, and how these contribute to perpetuating gender-based violence. Practical solutions that go that promote the shifting and changing of our mindset of men and our beliefs, not to see women as subordinates, and also solutions that that promote gender equality and effectively empower women. So yeah, man, like I said, I'm willing, I'm excited to be a part, and you know, I'm excited to hear what practical solutions will be brought to the table and how us as influential people within the society can be used to help effectively drive the campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you, Temba. I believe Skara is not here. So can we move to the next speaker, Tatu Makape, the pop musician from the Northern Cape. Tatu, are you with us?
Yes, yes. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear, you can proceed.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, Honorable Premier, Honorable President, Honorable General Mgui. Protocol is observed. I am Tatu Makape, all the way from the Northern Cape here in Postmasburg. I'm sitting in right now with the load shedding, but yeah, we're getting through it. So I've been listening to everyone, and I've realized how we as artists have been put aside to this. And coming to my consent is that artists, musicians, so to say, have a voice, have a louder voice to speak. And during this pandemic, we have suffered very difficult times with regards to it's been COVID-19, it's been domestic violence, the GBV pandemic that we've been going through. It's been tragic to most of us in the country. It's a tragic sin that the country has gone through. And I would like to stretch my voice to the country, saying that, and to us here in this platform, and I appreciate you guys for giving me the platform here to speak on behalf of the young stars here in the Northern Cape and the men that are coming up. We as men are failing ourselves and are failing our children that we are to bring into this planet. So I'm just trying to convey a message here that it is of this thought that I speak right now, that I disgrace a man that raises a hand and a voice to a woman. I disgrace a man that looks at a woman and loves only the woman they fall for and respects only the woman they love or in a relationship with. Why are you treating women differently, knowing that women take the seed to bring life to earth? Even though you plant it, they just bring it to life. So I, as Tatu Makape, as the voice of the young stars and an artist here in the Northern Cape, I raise my hand and pledge myself to, I'm willingly so, to partake in every practical platform that'll take action to changing this view and deeds that are happening right now in our country. I stretch my hand and I play along. If at all there's a way to change this, because it doesn't matter how many marches are going to take place. No amount of marches will change the treatment towards women. No amount of marches will change the treatment towards how us as men see women. The abuse of women in our country has taken so much ranking in stairs right now. I in the Northern Cape, it's been so bad right now because there has nothing been happening. Young Stars as artists have no voice right now because of this pandemic that has been taking place. But at this point in time, I'm willing to take any practical form that is taking action to change and bring up the view. And our president recently was addressing, and he mentioned that the worst pandemic that we're facing right now is the GBV. And I seriously 100% agree with our president there. We as men need to change our views towards women, and women themselves need to change their views also towards other women, because it's not just men that are abusing other that are abusing men. Women also abuses men because of the deeds of the men that are doing. They also in this domestic violence. So I feel we should as men come together, work out the solution. Every solution that we come up with, marches will not change anything at all. So can we please just, as men, get together, work a strategy, come up with a plan, not just one, but as many as possible. I recently just wrote a song. It was in January that I wrote this song, and I haven't laid it down yet. And I think now it is the time to speak out and to lay that song down. Honorable President, Honorable Premier, if you so allow me with any of this, I would like to portray it down to you guys that can it be in one of the ANC album that is to come out to speak onto the nation about the GBV. Just lay it in one of the albums that is to come out in the party of the leading party in the country. So if so be it, I wish for it to be also part of it. And I appreciate you guys for giving me this platform. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tato. Can we move to the next speaker? The next speaker is Dr. Kantani. He's a medical doctor from the Northern Cape. Dr. Kantani, are you with us? Kantani.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, President, and good evening to all honorable members. We have different speakers, including myself, speaking from all different angles. I think this just demonstrates the complexity of the gender-based violence. And in our different representation, we try and highlight areas and factors that need to be addressed, debated, researched, to find a solution to this gender-based violence problem. My approach is more towards looking at causal factors to prevent this happening. One would probably look at asking ourselves, why would we define a man in a society? A man can be defined by biological created factors, but also importantly by social created factors. We'll have to look at our family makeup currently now. We have to look at our norms and values in society. We'll have to look at cultural beliefs and traditional practices. But that definition over time gets challenged by academic, political, and economic factors. If I just go through some few factors, for example, if you look at coeducation, I believe that education is a solution that we can help us get to alleviate poverty and create a platform to strengthening and creating an economic empowerment for all of us, including both sexes, most importantly, the women. When I look around in my province, I see a lot of street kids around town, and I'm asking myself, what's the fate of this child? What's going to happen? Is this a child that could probably eventually become a perpetrator? What about the disparities that we see in our communities? We also have to address issues of psychological issues and mental conditions, because there are medical conditions that predisposes people to become more violent without any justification that gender-based violence for a person who has a mental condition is justified. We have to look at issues of depression. We'll have to look at issues of drug addiction. Unemployment could also be a contributing factor. I think Mr. President, we need to find a way of normalizing our society from these abnormal factors and societal ills. We need to create an opportunity and an environment to mold and nurture our young boys so that we bring up real men in society. I think it's very important that we be honest in looking at the current situation that we're living in. I have the experience of seeing probably the end point of it as a doctor, seeing the victims of GBV in casualties and in medical institutions. The suffering is it's unbearable. The only challenge that we have is, can it be prevented? And I think if we have to look at all these factors that I've listed, we will go a long way. And I think it's time that we look at admitting to real challenges that might have emanated from some certain policies that we've set up, which has brought up unexpected consequences, which actually cause the disparities that we have in society. We need to go back to our roots. We need to go back to norms and values in society to make sure that we do not have another generation, which might even be worse than the one that we're trying to respond to currently, if we don't address all these factors that I think are more pertinent in making sure that we bring up real men from the boys that we are bringing up. There are issues of lack of role modeling for most of our boys that are growing in families where there's no father figure. I think it's time that we realize, and we know about this. It doesn't have to be an academic exercise. This is a real experience. These are real issues that we are faced with in communities, but we are not addressing it honestly. I think our commitment as citizens of this country, each and every one, and it's not about issues of money, it's about issues of committing to making sure that we build a society that's responsible, that's going to make sure that we preserve a future that's going to be safe for all our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc. Our next speaker is Claudia Rood. She's a social worker from the Western Cape. Claudia Rood, are you with us?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. President. I am a social worker in the Western Cape, but I'm also a trauma therapist. But I want to start off, Mr. President, to tell you that in 2016, I walked into the Department of Justice's office in Cape Town, petrified, going to apply for a protection order. And the lady sitting behind the desk was more interested in her coffee and then saying to me, no, but if he hasn't physically attacked you, you can't get a protection order. And that was a woman. And the fact that we're still having these conversations in 2020 must say to us that it's still a patriarchal society in which a lot of women have bought into, unfortunately. All of us is the sum total of our experiences as children, as babies, as in your mother's utero. And my question is, we're not in a society where systems are broken. We're still living in a South Africa, in the world, where the system is producing gender-based violence. Because men are being raised still. You don't ask a boy or tell a boy, can you take off a year after school? You will ask your daughter that, but not your son. And men traditionally have been sent to war. So how do we raise boys to this new world? Where does he take the war? That's my first question. And I see that in couples, I see that in families. There's also this thing that you go for a man like your father. Well, no wonder that I had so many instances in my life of gender-based violence, because my father was the typical white Afrikaans male and very verbally and emotionally abusive. So you're drawn to that kind of figure. And we can say all about marches, we can say laws, we can say bring the death penalty back. But what are we showing about relationships? I've listened to Minister Sele during the lockdown. I was appalled at his attitude and statements that he made, because it's all in a kind of let's joke about it fashion. That's where gender-based violence starts. That's the kind of talk, as they talk about the locker room talk of the American president. I mean, in America, they started what they call the bystander effect. So what do we do in South Africa when we see that there's violence in a conversation? Because a previous speaker said, it doesn't start by the time the man hits the woman. The other thing is, why are we talking about violence against women? That's a passive tense. So as a man, I can sit back and say, well, it's got nothing to do with me. There needs to be an active tense. How many men have raped women? Not how many women have been raped. And it's all about relationships, Mr. President. It's not about the amount of laws and rules the country has. And what is a relationship? It is where two people have a connection with no need to control one another. And in so many marital couples that I see, marital issues that I see, premarital issues that I see, it's all about you will agree with me, I will make you agree with me. We still live in that society. And if that political will and societal will and however you want to construe it in communities is not going to come through, you go and you look at relationships. We don't teach our boys and our girls about relationships. Boys are not taught to love well. I also want to say that if you look at a true restorative model, South Africa does not have any idea what true restoration means. I understand, having been a victim of domestic violence myself, there were times that I thought, can the police not just come and take this guy? There was times that I wished him dead. But I want to say, to also fill up our jails is not going to solve this problem. One of the previous speakers spoke about the gatekeeper. But my question is, that man that's perpetrated this, whether it was rape, whether it was a murder, is still the son of someone. He's still a family member. And when are we going to begin to practice restoration within communities? That's not to say that he's going to walk free of what he's done. There's a difference between putting someone in jail and letting him out, and now you expect him to take accountability. How on earth are we going to expect people to take accountability and be taught accountability if they're not in communities where, in a community setting, in a family setting, you are being held accountable within boundaries, within that setting? But we don't practice that. We want a law, and then we want to say, okay, so blanketly go and follow the law. And then going into the service providers like myself, a social worker, the police, the justice officials that's supposed to help the victims of gender-based violence. What understanding do they have on the effect of trauma on the brain? None. I am a trainer, one of the few trainers in South Africa on trauma on the brain. You walk into any police station, and I'm not here tonight to criticize the police, but there's this, I don't believe you. The lack of, I don't see you as a human anymore. You just come in here with your story and actually interrupt my shift now. How do we understand the fact that someone who's experienced severe distress, the part of your brain that's responsible for language and speaking shuts down? That lady, that child the man, because gender-based violence is also against men, are not going to be able to give you a factual, point-by-point story, statement. So now she goes to court, and she's been said, and there Advocate Burgess spoke about the children in Mariesburg that are told they are not reliable witnesses, they are not reliable sources. It's time, I mean, overseas, and we've started in South Africa this, that we train people on trauma in the brain, that we train people on neuroscience, what happens to you if you live in adversity every single day. Your brain is being trained only for fear and to see when is the next person going to come and be distressed for me, when is the next person going to come and put me in danger. And then what we do is we actually operate from our reptilian brain. And what do animals do when they think they're in danger? They fight and they kill. And that's what's happened in the human race. And unless we're not going to provide safe spaces and where people can really get back to the humanity of each other and what trauma does, we're not going to win this fight against gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. We are going now to our next reflections, and we will be having Comrade Thabo Mothibi from the business sector, Comrade Mdu Manana, a GBV activist, Kim Maruping, a family member of a victim of Bronwyn Adams, Mr. Zweletus Kosana from the informal settlements, and lastly, Comrade Salim Muhammad, brother of Comrade Hisham Muhammad, who left us a week ago, and to whom we dedicate this tonight's program. May his beautiful soul rest in eternal peace. Let's start with Comrade Mothibi, and then the others will follow. Thank you very much, Comrade Mothibi. And comrades, please stick to the 3 minutes. Time is against us. Thank you very much. Thabo Mothibi. Comrade Mothibi, are you with us? Can we move to Comrade Mdu Manana? Comrade Mdu Manana? Can we jump then to Kim Maruping, a GBV activist from the Northern Cape? Kim Maruping. Thank you, Kim.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Kim. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I want to greet the President, all the ministers that are within our midst, also the people that are joining us, who play a very pivotal role in making sure that South Africa becomes what it is supposed to be. I'd like to narrate a very small story that has affected my entire life. When I was 14 years old at Northern Cape High School, I was raped at a place called Number 3 Beer Hall, which is now known as the Maibuya Art Center. For me to have the courage to even speak about this tonight has taken me years to come to terms with the shame that was attached to being raped, with the blame that was attached to me. I lost confidence. I had a lot of problems growing up as a teenager, turned to alcoholism as a way of coping and as a mechanism of coping because of everything that I've been told I was not. These issues are very serious issues, and that's why I decided to become an activist, to speak against vultures who are busy vulturing after innocent blood, who go particularly to go and target those people that they said, are less stronger than they might have been, as they would say a woman is less stronger. I have a couple of solutions, and I think these solutions is the only way that we can move forward as South Africa. We have marched, we have stand in the queue of corners, we have done almost everything that is necessary to deal with this pandemic that will continue to make women feel like they are not part of the society. I think that what we just need to do, number one, is to name and shame the perpetrators, because we know them, we live with them in our communities, but because they are our friends or family members, we keep quiet. There is no way that a 3-month-old baby or a grandmother can be raped, or even a woman can go to the post office and end up being raped and killed, and nobody says nothing about it, as if they did not know that it is a serious offense. I think it is of importance that as young people, we start to advocate in institutions of higher education to name and shame and speak against even powerful people who continue to rape women and not take responsibility for it, because the law system or the justice system is protecting them. I would also like to say that the boy children must be taught at a young age to respect themselves and to respect the bodies of women. In that way, when we nurture them, when they are so young, we are teaching them that it is important for us to grow up in a society where women will not be looked at as if they are less than a man. That a woman carries the strength of this community, a woman carries the strength of this country, and the woman does bring those boys and girls into the world. We need to make sure that we have finances that are directly involved with boy children to teach them that this is a pandemic and it's not something small that we can pray about. In conclusion, I tell my story because I want to empower other women to understand that with the shame that comes with being raped, or with the shame that people would say that you are not good enough, it is not true. You can find strength in your scars. You can find healing. Although you would have to live with the memories for the rest of your life, there is help out there, and we need to speak about these people that continue to make us not feel safe in a country that is ours. Mr. President, we need to take out all the guns and make sure that GBV is not an issue that we only speak about during Women's Month. It is an issue that must be spoken about every single day, and resources must be put in there to put behind us or to name and shame those people that continue to break us up inside. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kim. Yeah, we just received a message that Comrade Motibi from Business is not available. He sent an apology. Let me just check. Comrade Banana, is he available? Comrade Banana? I don't think he's here. Can we then move to the next speaker? Bronwyn Adams from the Western Cape. Bronwyn Adams.
Check it. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Bronwyn, we can hear you. You can proceed.
Goeienaand. Ek gaan in Afrikaans praat en advocaat Burgens gaan translate. Is it fine?
I will speak in English and Advocate Burgess will translate. Is it fine?
Yes, you can continue. It's fine.
Thank you.
Ek is Bronwyn Adonis. Ek is van Moreesburg. Ek is die oupa van 'n 4-jarige dogter wat verlede jaar Mei maand seksueel gemolesteer was.
I'm Bronwyn Adonis. I'm from Mariesburg, and I'm the grandfather of a daughter that was sexually molested last year, May 2019.
My kleindogter vir die weekend gekuier. En terugkom huis toe. En my dogter droom maak. Dit is my dogter agter my. Toe sy wat droom maak, het die kind gesê, waar jy mos nou, die mamma smeel mos 'n bietjie weselientjies oor die boutjies en goed, het die kind gesê, mami, moenie jou vinger in my koek druk nie.
My child was visiting her father, and by the Sunday on arrival at home, the mother was cleaning the little one, and at the area where she dried the child at the bottom, it said that the child said, "Mommy, don't put your finger in my private part."
En ons het die kind ondervra en dat het agtergekom dat die kind 'n paaste, die kind seksueel getuister het.
We questioned the child and we investigated and found out that it was a pastor that sexually assaulted my granddaughter.
En ons het sake gemaak by die polisie. Die kind is dokter toe en by die DG in Piketberg Raadlikotse Hospitaal. En dit was daar, die mediese verslag wys, daar was gepeter aan die kind.
We took the child to the medical doctor and also to the hospital and as well as the FCS police services. And it was confirmed by the medical reports that indeed the child was sexually assaulted.
Wanneer toe ons met die saak by die Landdroshof kom, het die staatsaanklaer besluit, maar hy gaan nie die saak vervolg nie, want daar is nie genoeg evidensie en die kind is te klein. Hy sê, maybe die kind moet daar self gespeel.
When we arrived at Maritzburg Court, the local prosecutor said that he will not prosecute this case because the child is too small, and also maybe the child played with herself, so he will not prosecute the case.
Ek het advokaat Birkens ingekry en ons het begin om die ding verder te vat.
I requested the services of Advocate Burgens and I took the matter further.
Wat my dwars in die krop steek is dat hy kind was by die forensiese ondersoeke vir seker 8 keer. En vandag eendag praat sy dieselfde storie.
From the first time at forensics unit, my granddaughter is speaking the same story over and over. So I don't understand and it actually hurts me to the core.
En na daai is my kleindogter gevat na Jelly Beans.
Thereafter, my child was taken to Jelly Beans.
En die kind het bly by dieselfde storie. En so 4 maande daarna daai is daar nog 'n kind van 3 jaar oud, ook in dieselfde bootjie deur dieselfde pastoor seksueel getuister.
My child continued with the same story, and a few months later, another child, 3-year-old, was victimized and sexually assaulted by the same pastor at the daycare.
Die dokter by die hospitaal het gesê dat 'n 3-jarige kind nie 'n virgin is nie en dat daar gepeter was. My vraag is, hoekom gaan hulle nie voort met die saak nie? Hoekom sê die NPA nou 'n kliniese sielkundige te beslag gedoen dat die sake die kinders kan nie eintlik beslag nie, maar die kinders was nooit by 'n sielkundige, kliniese sielkundige nie.
My question now is, how can the NPA, without our knowledge, say that my children have gone to a clinical psychologist, yet the children never went to a clinical psychologist? Yet the children receive 12 sessions, the one child receives 12 trauma counseling sessions, whereas the other one, the 3-year-old, have not received anything yet. So my question to you, Honorable President, why is the system failing us in the rural town of Maritzburg?
I thank you.
Taflin Adonis is saying something to the Honorable President. Continue.
Good day all, good day Mr. President. I am the daughter of Bronwyn Adonis, whom you've just spoken to. Mr. President, tonight I am urging you, I am begging you as a mother to help our children, to help our women, especially in the rural areas, Mr. President. Tonight I cannot explain to you the pain that I am feeling. As yesterday, the NPA did not even have the courtesy to inform me, but I had to hear through Advocate Burgens that the case would not be enrolled. The perpetrator is walking scot-free in this community, boasting that it's more than a year and nothing has happened to him. And Mr. President, I can't tell you how much it hurts a mother and how a mother's heart feels. As I'm sitting here tonight, the only thing that I can think of is going home, drinking a lot of sleeping tablets, and just escaping the pain. Our boys, our men are not born as rapists. And I ask, a foundation needs to be laid for our men to grow up example for our women, for our children. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, Bronwyn. Can we then now move to the next speaker? Zweletu Skosana from the informal settlements in the Northern Cape. Zweletu, are you with us?
Yes, I am, sir. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Proceed. Continue.
Okay, thank you. My name is Zweletu Skosana. I'd like to greet everyone, starting with the President, peace and love towards you all. I'd like to start with a quote. The source is unknown, but I think the quote is really profound. The quote begins with, "We need to realize how important it is to bring about in the human mind a radical revolution. The crisis is a crisis in consciousness, a crisis that cannot anymore accept the old norms, the old patterns, the ancient traditions. And considering what the world is now, with all the misery, conflict, destructive brutality, aggression, and so on, man is still as he was. He's still brutal, violent, aggressive, acquisitive, competitive, and has built a society along these lines." End quote. I'd like to begin by saying we live in a world of institutions, political, legal, religious institutions, institutions of social class, familial values, and occupational specialization. It is obvious the profound influence these traditionalized structures have in shaping our understanding and perspective. Let of all the issues that are in social institutions we are born into, directed by and conditioned upon, there seems to be no issue as taken for granted and misunderstood as the gender-based violence issue. How it truly affects society are unregistered interests of the great majority of the population. Therefore, understanding this problem of gender-based violence is critical in understanding why it even exists and why it continues to be a scourge on society. Which is which leads me to actually what I'll be talking about, which I have a couple of opinions of what we can actually do, practically speaking. Firstly, I would say we would need to better define this gender equality. There was an elder who said earlier, besides physical, psychological, and mental gender-based violence, there's also economic gender-based violence. And to also what the doctor was saying earlier about recognizing the male as also a biological participant in society and also a social participant in society. So I believe if we can better define and unpack and analyze the issue itself, I think we would better understand it. And then we would be better equipped to go forward with all our solutions we do come up with. So I think that would lead to my second point, which how do we change the current situation? How do we get the ball rolling? I think the first thing we need to understand is that this will not take a week or month or even a year. I believe it might take a generation or two to fix. So, which is why I insist that it needs to be unpacked and analyzed. Then after we can recognize the nature of the problem and its construct. And then this will allow us to give relevant solutions and create a new culture of understanding between men and women. More men need to talk to men also. I think that's one issue that is not said often enough. Because I too personally have been in a situation where I ignore a situation where there is gender-based violence and I simply ignore it, or because it's a friend, I don't say anything. So I think that's another thing that needs to happen. Another thing that really concerns me is pedophilia, when grown men like to date young girls. And I don't mean specifically children, and I mean high school girls dating men in their mid-30s. I know people personally who are getting older, yet the people they are dating are getting younger. This is also another problem I think is associated with gender-based violence. And so in saying this, I would like to say we need to teach the current men on how to change, and then we need to re-educate the young people about gender-based violence. I think this, I seriously believe this would make a meaningful and lasting change. And one last issue I would like to press is that if you want to understand an individual's behavior, I think you have to look at and understand their environment. I think this is another issue which would need unpacking, and this would lead to a better understanding of the nature of a problem and its construct. And I think practically we could actually go forward in some sort of way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skosana. I was just informed that Thabo Mothibi is with us now. So Thabo, can you take the podium and stick within the 3 minutes, please? Thabo. So Thabo is still not here. Let's then move to Mr. Salim Mohammed, the brother of the late Comrade Hisham Mohammed. Comrade Mohammed, are you ready for us?
Yes, I
There you
am.
are.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address all this evening. Good evening to Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Program Directors, Comrade Zamani Saul and Comrade Melvin De Bruin, all leadership present, ladies and gentlemen, friends, comrades, all protocols observed. My name is Salim Mohammed. I'm a Chief Director in Finance at the National Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries. I'm making this input on behalf of my older brother, the late Advocate Hisham Mohammed, who passed away suddenly on Monday, 24 August at the age of 55. Hisham and I were born and bred on the Cape Flats in Lotus River, a suburb of Grassy Park within the southern suburbs of Cape Town, where the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide is rife. Hisham was the founding member and chairperson of the Southern Suburbs Legal Advice Center, a registered trust found in 2009, providing free legal advice to women who cannot afford legal fees and training to NGOs on the Bill of Rights as enshrined in our Constitution. He was not only our brother, he was also a mentor, a comrade, and a father figure to all. Indeed, a revolutionary social justice giant has fallen. Mr. President, I am honored to represent my brother, Advocate Mohammed, at this national dialogue to end gender-based violence and femicide. Hisham was committed to every form of human rights, and he viewed women's rights with particular passion. I hope my inputs will capture some of his thoughts. Thank you for hosting this dialogue to help achieve generation equality, and in particular to highlight the role of men in creating an equal future. Firstly, let me take the opportunity to apologize to all women of South Africa. To this extent, I believe that we as men should bring our part in ending the inequalities that prevail in our society, plaguing women in their homes and in their professional environments. As we celebrated Women's Month, we acknowledge that while some transformation has taken place, there has been a slow transition over the last 4 decades. The intensification of GBVF in recent years has shown that much more needs to be done for women's rights to be fully realized. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action is the most visionary agenda for the empowerment of women and girls everywhere. The 12 critical areas of concern was poverty, education and training, health, violence, armed conflict, economy, power and decision-making, institutional mechanisms, human rights, media and environment, and the girl-child are the issues that must maintain our focus. Today, not a single country can claim to have achieved gender equality. As a result, women remain undervalued. They continue to work more, earn less, have fewer choices, and experience multiple forms of violence at home and in public spaces. The Generation Equality Campaign demands equal pay, equal sharing of unpaid care and domestic work, an end to sexual harassment and all forms of violence against women and girls, healthcare services that respond to their needs and their equal participation in political life and decision-making in all areas and facets of life. Achieving generation equality remains one of the key priorities also for the legal profession and as NGOs in the legal space. The perception that women and girls are inferior to their male counterparts is a serious violation of Section 9 of the Constitution, which succinctly gives women and girls the right not to be unfairly discriminated against. Despite this constitutional protection, gender equality and equity are still met with resistance due to cultural practice that perpetuate beliefs which expose women to unequal treatment in the legal profession. This must stop. We therefore have to break down all forms of oppression against women, which includes racial, class, and gender oppression. And it must be replaced with the advancement of the economic empowerment of women in the legal profession, the entrenchment of the rights of women, the provision of legal instruments to protect such rights. Through this dialogue, we want to encourage men in the legal profession to change their toxic attitudes and beliefs that lead to unequal treatment of women and LGBTQI persons when it comes to briefing patterns, articles, and equal fees for equal work performed. In support of your call, Mr. President, for us all to play an active role to end gender-based violence, many in the legal fraternity have responded via their organizations as a collective in tackling GBVF. Some have re-looked at their code of conduct, while others have drafted and adopted harsher penalties for misconduct involving acts of gender-based violence. Being part of the legal NGO fraternity, we at the Southern Suburbs Legal Advice Center decided to focus on this element during Women's Month. Our theme for the month was Women's Rights are Human Rights. And to give a practical application to this theme, we decided to explore how best to use the law as a tool against GBVF. We recorded a 3-part video recorded series for those who cannot afford to switch on webinars like this because of the cost of data. These videos cover the following aspects: an introduction to GBVF and government's response to date, legislative amendments to existing laws to combat GBVF, how to obtain a protection order and protection from harassment order free of any charge at courts. These educational products aim to empower participants to protect themselves against the scourge of GBVF and simultaneously to educate the public about the legal and policy framework applicable to GBVF. Last year, Mr. President, you hosted a presidential summit against gender-based violence, and on 18 September 2019, you announced a 5-point emergency response plan to urgently curb the upsurge of GBVF. The plan included improvements to the current laws by amending 3 key laws that will make it easier for perpetrators of gender-based violence to be apprehended. These amendments include, number 1, the Criminal Law Amendment will regulate the inclusion and removal of particulars of persons on the National Register for Sex Offenders. Secondly, the Criminal Matters Bill seeks to amend the Criminal Procedure Act 1977 and further regulate the granting of bail and placement of persons on parole and regulate sentences in respect of offenses that have been committed against vulnerable persons. And most importantly, the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill will enable us to digitize and make online applications for protection orders. We must seek to add provisions to the bill, which places justice officials at police stations across the country to process applications for protection. This will assist applicants from poor communities who do not have access to the internet within their own communities. This will also include callback services, a call center, and safe haven in case of emergencies, and general services. This new amendment will make it an offense for not reporting domestic violence incidents. I believe that these pieces of legislation, once signed into law, will strengthen the legislative framework to allow us to fight GBVF. Mr. President, you also said during the joint sitting of Parliament on GBVF that it is a problem of men. We therefore will not look away. The start must be with progressive men like us. We have an obligation to change. Let us take responsibility. We pledge to educate men about the real struggles of women and their rights and protection under the law. For me, it comes back to exercising a deeply rooted respect for women in our personal and professional lives. Let us work together like in the words of the Freedom Charter, sparing neither strength nor courage to eradicate GBVF and patriarchy from our society, and in that way, we will achieve generation equality. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Salim. Yeah, I think my part of the program is now done. I will hand over to Comrade Lerumo Kalako to take us forward with the other part of the program. Thank you very much. Comrade Lerumo, can you take us forward? There's Comrade Lerumo. Comrades, you must excuse us, we've got load shedding in the Western Cape.
Yes. Thank you, Comrade Melvin. Good evening, comrades. These were very powerful and heartbreaking testimonies from all those different sectors and voices, but also hope for how we proceed. At the end of this event tonight, we will read a declaration, draft declaration, which will incorporate all those inputs and proposed actions. We now will have a short question and answer session to allow participants to also have their say. We'll just give each one 1 minute. May we have some hands, those who are ready to participate.
Comrade Chairperson, we have hands from Comrade Abraham Luruli and Comrade Nhlanhla Kaba, and then device number 503919291. So those three at the moment. Oh, and then we've also got Comrade Shlomani Chauke from Northwest.
Okay, thank you very much, Comrade Phoebe. Can we follow in that sequence? Can the first one come in? It's up to you.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director and the Madekwana President and colleagues. Like it said, my name is Abraham Lururi. I'm the National Chairperson of the Progressive Professionals Forum. President and colleagues, as progressive men, members of the PPF, professionals, entrepreneurs, middle strata, and those that support the present government, we have taken a stand and launched the program, a campaign against GBVF. This program, because it is so important, it is located in my office as the national chair, and we just want to make an indication to this forum that also us as professional men, we have taken a stand. We have launched this program nationally, and we have identified both provincial and regional coordinators within PPF, and we have also identified ambassadors, both provincial and at regional level, so that we are able to openly assist in making sure that we deal with this scourge within our society. This is the point I wanted to indicate, President, that we have taken a stand as professionals under the PPF. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the 1 minute.
Thank you very much. The next one can follow.
Nhlanhla Kaba.
Nhlanhla.
Yeah. Thanks, comrades, and good evening, President and everybody. I think mine is more like of an input, but also I would be happy if the President, while he will speak to us, he can also indicate if this could be possible. I think what is of essence and quick currently, it's the social media and the apps and the IT, which is key. How could we integrate IT best in terms of fighting the gender-based violence? I earlier raised, like Comrade Nomvula Mkonyan have said on the comments, how could we have the app that will speak to this, whether we create more of this, but the national app from government, I think, could assist. Lastly, is that for the young men in introducing the program towards young men, like as we know the Freedom Charter and 10 Commandments, some people were referring to the Bible here. I think for each man and young man, we need to design something of a 10 Commandment or something that will be recited as basic thing for life. For you to have a successful life, you really need to have such a Bible which talks to gender-based violence. Whether will it be that charter which Comrade Lerumo had spoken of now, which we'll agree to, but it's important it knocks sense to every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Nhlanhla. Comrade Shomali.
Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Comrade KK Lerumo, and let me greet everybody, the President. My points are just going to be brief, Comrade Lerumo, that not long ago we had a session with the President again. We raised a number of areas concerned around the issue of gender-based violence, and we agreed on, a problem that all of us have identified. What will be key, Comrade Lerumo, moving forward, will be the program of action. I think in the closing, obvious, with the position that all of us will take to commit, it's important that we are all of us ignited in a program of action that is properly coordinated, it's running, it's reporting, well-resourced program across different communities in provinces where we serve. Because you can even see, Comrade Lerumo, in the last engagement we've had, I raised the critical role that the media must play. And by that time, when I was raising that point, the national broadcaster, by that time it was showing us the political situation in America, which they spent not less than 15 minutes during a very important debate that is led by the president of the country. Therefore, I think we need to agree in whatever declaration that we do to identify clearly the role of the public broadcaster, the role of radio. When I talk public broadcaster, it's not only at the level of SABC, but the role of the radio, messaging to radio, campaign that must be run, coordinated campaigns, which is an instruction that come from top to bottom, because it's very clear that our target, it had to be a top-bottom approach. That we at the level of provinces, that campaign, it becomes a national campaign that is driven. Either it's an engagement with communities, street engagements, campaigns at the shopping malls, campaigns in churches and all of that. Because if we don't do that, we're going to continue in these levels of engagement, and we'll end up talking to ourselves. Hence, the aspect that spoke today here. All of them, I think the message that is coming out is that there's so much to be done. There's so much to be done. Therefore, let's have that campaign rolling. And then I just wanted to support all the speakers that spoke, but I think it is important. But we must not even forget the fact that during this period that we are at of COVID-19, I think we have seen the decline in number of criminal cases, but we have seen the rise at the level of GBV cases that we have in the country. And I think it's clear that sometimes it's not much about alcohol. It's a mindset campaign that we must run, to change the mindset of a man mindset. It had to change. So those are campaigns that maybe each province, the teams led by men, and national, the president is leading, obvious, and is really leading us to ignite all of us as a country. And I think it's important that we must then expand this thing to all provinces, develop a program. Each province have a team at the district level, especially with the district model that we have put in place, President, that we have come up with. It's important that have a gender-based team led by men in all those districts, even at local level. I'm just saying that for the room. Those are matters that I feel very strong that we just need to have now practical action in place. But I really appreciate very much and the inputs that I made. Thank you.
Thank you, Hlomane, because I can see there are a lot of hands. Patsy, Ali?
Good evening, Honorable President and everyone, comrades. Today, I would like to start to say thank you to Comrade Queenie for representing the LGBTI community here today. I'm an LGBTI activist and government spokesperson in the Northern Cape. What I would like to address at this time is that we are talking about gender-based violence in our communities. We are talking about it at schools and in churches and so forth. But what we are failing to do is to address the violence and the patriarchy within the movement. We are failing to address these things, and we are failing to call it out. We are failing to speak about how there is an insidious and lurking thing that is very ugly within the movement, and it's a kind of something that I would describe as sexual transactional kind of patronage that is happening. And within the movement, we see some of our young girls, in order to gain access to power or to places at seats, or in order to find themselves in positions where they are financially well off, there is these kind of violence that happens within the movement, and no one thus far is calling this out. And I'm here to call this out because this is happening. We need to look at how we value and we view women in this movement, because if the only way that they can gain access to power or to positions where they can assert themselves is through the means of their bodies, then we are utterly at a huge mistake. We need to address this issue. Then we need to address the issue of the value and the worth of the voice of the woman that is at the table in the movement. We are going for 50-50 and we are achieving it, and we are bragging about this thing, that in leadership positions, we are sitting the women at 50-50. It's a violence that is being committed against women. If we have women sitting at a table for 50-50, but then their voices do not have the same worth and value, and their voices and what they are putting in and what they wish to achieve is at the sanction still of a man. These are the kind of violences that are still happening within the movement. And if we cannot resolve these things within the movement, how are we going to resolve it in society at large? Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Ali. So we have, can I ask the participants, you keep into 1 minute, because there's so many hands. Yeah, so that we're just keeping on our time. Where Kama, with Masuri Kama, yeah?
Thank you very much, Comrade Convener, and let me greet everyone that is here today and the President. My name is Mesuli Kama. I'm the member of the Western Cape Legislature deployed by the ANC. What I want to input, Comrade Chair, is that I think we have enough data now. We have been analyzing the contributing factors to gender-based violence. But one thing that needs to come forth from us as men in this dialogue, because we are hearing from the speakers that were coming before that there is a legislation that is coming, legislation which we should ensure that it responds to the challenges that are raised even today by the Mooriesburg Action Group. But also what needs to come forward is us men being prepared to lose the privileges that are associated with us being a man. So it must be us who are advocating for the inclusion of women in all the economic opportunities and decisions that are happening in the country. Because we can have campaign, yes, they assist in making sure that the campaign is alive, because they mobilize communities to support victims, or should I say survivors of gender-based violence. But what is important is that we are not going to simply educate a young boy that this is how you must treat a woman, but when they are at home requesting any assistance, requesting money to even buy books, the mother will say, let's wait for your father, because the relationship that the father has always had with the means of production is what has located him and given him a particular status in society, which seems to be superior to that of a woman. And as men, we must be the one first who say that it is not the responsibility of women to fight for gender equality. But as men who agree and men who are progressive within this Congress movement, we must be able to say it is also our responsibility. Therefore, anything that comes our way, whether we are talking appointments of boards, we are talking deployments to certain committees of responsibility that must take this country forward, we must be able to ask a question as to where is the involvement of women in this, and that involvement of women can't be only in a message of us saying that we want to emancipate women, but give them an opportunity to participate and contribute effectively in the direction that this country would take. Because when society is able to see women, that is when we are going to be able to respect them in society. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tsepo. Or Patrick Mabilo. Patrick Mabilo?
Yes, can you hear me? Thank you. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Okay, thanks
So
to the
1 minute,
President.
1 minute.
Thanks to the President, the Premier, and all present. I just want to make two things, Chair. One is that we should have learned strategic lessons from apartheid. We succeeded to defeat the apartheid because of our united force. So I'm proposing a broad united front against this gender-based violence. But I'm elaborating that it must be composed of government, business, labor, academia, religious fraternity, sports, culture, youth, students, and community-based structures. That is a proposal that I want to make, a broader mobilization in a coherent, systematic manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Have you allowed me, Chairperson?
Is that Tsepo?
Yes,
Or
sir.
Siboniso? Okay, fine.
It's Tsepo.
Fine, Tsepo.
Comrade Siboniso will follow.
Oh,
You'll follow,
thanks, Comrade
yes.
Chairperson. Allow me to greet His Excellency the President, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, His Honorable the Premier of the Northern Cape, Comrade Zamani Saul, honorable ministers and other comrades that are here, esteemed comrades, not only because of the public positions that you hold, but also because of the kind of contribution that you're making generally in society. Comrade President, I wanted us to actually explore a possibility of beyond the current pandemic of COVID-19, extend the mandate of the security forces to be prevalent in our communities, because evidence, more and more evidence is beginning to show that generally as a country, we are actually a violent country, and we are besieged with more and more violence as socio-economic challenges are beginning to gripe. It therefore becomes important, Comrade Chairperson and Comrade President, that we should perhaps explore the possibility of extending the scope of the mandate of the security forces that are in our communities. But secondly, to also say, whilst our constitution is a noble one, and as such, it provides and make provision it allows for everybody to be protected under law. But the reality and the truth of the matter is that the justice system, to a certain extent, can be failing the victims, in a sense that first and foremost, people have to ask themselves difficult questions around if the violence is perpetrated against you and is perpetrated by the person who happens to be the provider. What do you do? Are you saying this person, you report this person who then becomes arrested, and you are left to fend for yourself without any kind of relief that you will be given in order to sustain at least your basic livelihood? The second thing that then becomes important is that this person, as a perpetrator, gets arrested and probably gets thrown in jail, albeit the challenges of the lengthy time that elapses in between the perpetrated offense and the actual conviction, if the conviction is successful eventually. Now, the question then becomes that this person, after he's convicted, becomes a prisoner in the prison service, in the correctional service that is provided for by taxpayers. This person is provided 3 meals a day. This person gets grade A meat, grade A fruit and vegetable, something that law-abiding South Africans are unable to achieve or are unable to fend for themselves in that breadline, because this is actually the best of the best in terms of your fruit and veg, for instance. Now, these people are also provided with televisions, something that law-abiding citizens of the Republic, some do not get to enjoy. Now, the question is, at what stage do we balance the need for restorative justice and also the need to ensure that when you are a prisoner, you do not go there and just begin to enjoy life when the victim has now been adversely affected by the absence of the very breadwinner, which may have been the perpetrator. Now, it's a difficult balancing act to do, Mr. President. And I think these issues should really be viewed as issues that, although in the short term, the amendment of legislation, appropriate legislation to ensure that we curb the scourge, although a temporary relief or temporary places of safety for victims are in the immediate, some kind of solutions. But the reality is that we need an all-encompassing strategy to deal with the scourge of gender-based violence. But over and above that,
Thank you,
we must
Comrade.
also,
Comrade
just please
Sebo.
to round off, please. Just this one.
Yeah, just your
The
1 minute.
absence
Yes,
of
yes,
role
yes.
models. Leadership.
Yes.
I just wanted to
Yes.
conclude by saying also the absence of role models as a result of the scrapping of the Group Areas Act, wherein many role models then migrated to the previously white-only settlements, has left mainly in townships and in rural areas young men lacking role models, and as a result, the gangsters and criminal elements within society beginning to occupy that space wherein they serve, because of their opulence and their kind of livelihoods, they become role models, and as such perpetuating the gender-based violence through acts of gangsterism and so forth. I'm sorry I've taken more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that's good. Those were very valid issues you raised, Comrade Tsepo. Comrade Siboniso.
Thank you so much, Comrade Lerumo, for affording us this opportunity. Revolutionary greetings to Comrade President, Comrade Saul, and all protocol duly observed, Comrade. I've got 2 points, Comrade Chair, but I think this is embracing the spirit of the ANC as a center and the lead of the society. These are strategic programs that will put us on a pedestal from now onwards, which we are very glad that President Matamela is taking into his presidency output to ensure that we also monitor this. The first point, I just want to elevate Comrade Chairperson, is on the issue of education system. Paul Freire, on his book on the pedagogy of the oppressed, spoke about why would the country, after getting freedom, must ensure that we dismantle all the ready-made machinery. I don't think at some point it's in South Africa we've addressed those imbalances. Like, for instance, our education system is not saying anything to a boy child. How do you ensure that you make him accustomed to a new environment, which is going to purport a growth, which is going to purport a system of ensuring that you embrace your girl child in the community? I don't think we have invested so much when it comes to that aspect of life. The last point I just wanted to elevate is that it will be very strategic when we reach level 1 of lockdown. The President just visit the provinces and we invite all the stakeholders just to ensure that this will be characterized by consistency, because as ANC, we've got nice policies, we've got nice constitution as a country in South Africa, but when it comes to implementation, we are very shallow. If we can have an anchor team that is going to drive this, like for instance, yes, leadership, I'm still here. Yes, I'm still here. I was being disturbed. Okay, thank you so much. I was saying that on my last point, that if the president can just assign the premiers and the chairperson of the ANC just to ensure that it is led at that strategic office, it will become easy, because it will become cumbersome if we can just deploy anyone who might not have the ability to deploy. Just ensure that you give someone with all the acumen, with all the tools, so that we can monitor and we can be measured accordingly in ensuring that we create and nourish a new society and develop a new cadre, develop a new man in the society that is going to bring change, that is going to ensure that we are indeed partners in the process of ensuring that we embrace. Thank you so much, Comrade Chairperson.
Thank you, Comrade Comrade Kashif. Comrade Kashif, are you there? Comrade Kashif? If you are not there, Comrade Jacobs?
I am here, Comrade Lerumo. Thank you very much.
Oh, Comrade Kashif, yes, fine.
Thank you. Our national chair of the PPF has spoken earlier about what we are going to do as an organization. I'm the president. Good evening, and President Ramaphosa and the premiers, all protocol observed, Premier Zamani Saul. I think, Comrade Lerumo, the issue of gender-based violence is both a state responsibility and also that of civil society. I think when it comes to the state's responsibility, we can have all the legal laws enacted, and I think Comrade Salmi spoke about the 3 bills which will be passed by Parliament. but we must look at our criminal justice system, and more specifically, we must look at our courts. I think the grandfather from Mauriceburg very emotionally spoke about how the state prosecutor in that part of South Africa dealt with his 4-year-old granddaughter and the 3-year-old later. So I think certainly our court system and our courts in all parts of our country must be more friendly towards victims of gender-based violence. And I think secondly, our prosecutors must be trained and equipped to deal with this particular issue. Then I think with regards to our men amongst us, we must start to identify and isolate the men who are perpetrators of gender-based violence. We must tell them, and they must know that the victims that they have attacked are someone's mother, someone's daughter, someone's sister. And we must find it within ourselves that we as witnesses must come out, firstly, to testify against these people, but secondly, also to equip and strengthen victims of gender-based violence to know that when they do speak out, when they do identify themselves, when they do go to the police stations, they will be protected not only by our judiciary and the criminal justice system, but also society at large. Then I think thirdly, as fathers, husbands, and parents, mothers, we must educate our young daughters, our girl childs, on what sexual molestation is. I think we take it for granted that a 5-year-old and 6-year-old will know when she is being sexually molested. But clearly, again, flowing from the emotional testament from our grandfather in Mauriceburg, clearly is that that's not the case. So what we're calling for, I think, Comrade Lerumo, is social cohesion again on the scourge which is facing our country. We're calling on civil society and the state to work closely together, because any pandemic, any action against society, against victims, against people cannot alone be solved by the state, but requires that partnership between civil society and the state. And again, the PPF is behind that. Thank you, Comrade Lerumo.
Thank you, Comrade Aship. Comrade Tinswalo. Comrade Tinswalo. If not there, Comrade Mdu, Tuduzi, Manana.
No, thank you very much, Comrade Lerumo. Greetings to the President, Comrade Saul, and comrades who are participating in this program. No, Chair, apologies. I've been trying to connect. I was battling a bit. But Chair, I do regard myself as a reformed perpetrator. And I thought also, let me make a contribution and say that, look, you know, these things are happening in our country, and they're so unfortunate. But we do need to pay particular attention to the boy child. We do need to educate boy children on the importance of coexisting with girls, with their girl counterparts, and you know, and respecting them, loving them, protecting them. I think that should be you know, an effort that comes from men. That whilst we you know, we talk about, you know, the strengthening of the law, the criminal justice system, and all of that, but we do need to speak to the boy child, because I think boy children, you know, they are often told that they must not cry, they must exercise some form of you know, dominance over women, because that's the only way to show their masculinity and all of that. And as we meet with as men, I mean, in our social spaces, we talk about women, we talk ill about women, and we believe that we have this dominance over women, and this must end. And I think that is what perhaps I found myself in. Of course, I went through many other processes through the criminal justice system. I paid my dues, and that is why you know, we've come together with a number of men. We work with an organization called Kulumandota, led by Patrick Shai, where we are targeting young boys. We go to schools, you know, just emphasizing the point to these boys that actually women are not, you know, your punching bags. Women are to be valued, they are to be loved, they are to be protected. You know, our mothers are women. We have children, we are girls, we have sisters and all of that. But there is this element of anger amongst young men, and we've got to address it. We've got to, you know, delve deeper into that problem and really address it, because young men need to grow up, you know, understanding and appreciating that women, you know, are to be valued to an extent that, you know, in the future, we should be having an army of young men who, you know, will hold women at very high esteem and not see them as just, you know, just punching bags of people that we can trample on. So, Chair, I do believe that this campaign must be led by men. Women have made their point. They have been crying. They've been crying to government, crying to president that they need more resources. We need to strengthen the law and all of that. But the onus is on us as men. We've got to lead this, more especially us who are, you know, reformed perpetrators. I think we've got to identify them and say, you know, you come from that. Either you've been in prison for it, there's a price you've paid. What contribution rather are you going to make to ensure that there is reform in society? But the campaign itself, the fight against gender-based violence and femicide must be led by men, but we've got to target the boy child. We've got to, you know, the other day I was making the point in one of our ANC sessions that, you know, when we grow up, our parents buy us guns and all of that, and they do this not knowing that actually they are making a contribution in us becoming violent, because we believe that a man should carry a gun. I've not seen a parent who buys, you know, his or her child or her daughter a gun, but they will always buy boys, because that is how we are socialized. So,
I see. Okay.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes, Mdu.
Sorry, Chair. This is just
Yes,
my
Comrade
parting
Joe.
point, Chair.
Yes.
I'm just saying. So I think our growing up, our socialization has got to change. We've got to. But I do want to plead with all of us that let us pay particular attention. I do believe that at some point in the near future, we will rid ourselves of this, you know, bad behavior, of this, you know, I don't know what to call it, Chair, but I do believe, but we can only do it if we focus on the boy child. The boy child has got to understand that a woman is to be valued, is to be loved, is to be protected, but it's how we are socialized, it's how we now pass a new message to them so that they have a greater appreciation of how they should behave when they have a direct interface with women, with girls, and all of that. So, Chair, this is quite helpful, and I think as men, let us charge forward. Let us unite. Let us fight this, and let us lead from the front. Let us lead from the front. Let it not be a case of women being abused, and then they have to lead that campaign against men who abuse them. Let it be us. We have men who have never done such things, who have been so honorable, doing the right thing, protecting our women. We also have men who have done the worst of things, and they want to come to the fore and say, we have changed. We want to see change in our society. This thing is becoming really a cancer in our society. And I do believe that if we hold hands as men, we can deal with it and deal with it more decisively. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mdu. I think it's said, you have said a mouthful, and even the previous speakers and previous contributors, I'm sure now we're beginning to come with concrete suggestions and solutions which we think they can remedy the problem we have in South Africa, which is it's very much encouraging when as men, it's us who are coming with the solutions to the problem. I think these concrete suggestions are very important. They will be incorporated, I'm sure, as we move. I hope other speakers also will come with the concrete suggestions, not only questions. We are now Khumalo Nanso. Khumalo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. I'll be very short there. Thank you very much, Chair, and I want to thank the President's presence and all the our leaders and all the comrades. Firstly, I want to say that we need to develop protocols and be able to strengthen the capacity of security agents and justice actors involved in the investigation and sanctions of acts like domestic violence, as well as carrying out the distributions of guidance material in all our 11 languages to our people. Because if we only concentrate on English, some people won't be able to understand and also follow. And we need to do this through schools, churches, workplaces, and to all various sectors. The other thing that I want to suggest, we need to know how to prevent gender-based violence. We should not just end up by saying and talking a lot, but let us come with preventions. I would really like to suggest that we come up with a smart digital solution for victims for quick help. This is a mobile technology. And I would like that we, even in South Africa, we have to try and see how best we can do this, because it will be very helpful, because this mobile technology, it triggers and it has that alarm via text messages with precise geolocation. And if we can rely on that, let us also try to strengthen our laws in our country, because we need to look into how our laws operate, and if there are any problems, we need also to rectify the problems that are in our laws. A problem. The law of our country really needs to be reviewed. It needs to be changed, and we need to request our president to look at all these failures that the comrades have been tabling. That why, if a person goes to the police station and reports a matter and nothing happens? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Because of time, I'm sure other will have to cut other speakers. We'll just take two after Mamnanzo, so that because we're far behind time. You'll bear with me. I know this is a very serious issue and it's a crisis in South Africa, as the president have always characterized it. But because of time, I can see the hands are still many. Can we just agree, we'll just take after this, the last two hands, Tebukhom Lapo and Ayanda Thomas. Just stick to 1 minute, please.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, to the President, to the Premier of the Northern Cape. President, in your State of the Nation address, 2019, you made mention of the National Community Policing Strategy. The speakers and the questions that came, President, they cut across all the pillars of the National Community Policing Strategy. And in particular, President, the provinces have also moved after that National Community Policing Strategy launch to launch their own provincial crime prevention community policing strategy. The Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, the Free State, some of the provinces that I remember that have gone through that exercise. And those aspects, President, I believe that that members have raised tonight, they will definitely be addressed. One challenge that we are struggling with, President, is the buy-in in making sure that this community policing strategy becomes operational. So we are lobbying tonight our own premier in the Northern Cape to make sure that this particular strategy is put into practice in order to address the challenges that we are experiencing as a province. And I'm also making that appeal to the president, also through the office of the minister, Minister Cele, that the ministerial crime reignite CPF action plan 2020-2021 is also there. Can we please no longer just talk, but put these documents into practice? I believe that we will be able to address the challenges that we are facing as a country. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comrades who have raised their hands, you can post your suggestions. They will be captured, or your WhatsApp Comrade Bandile. The number will be shared on the chat here so that they are captured. Can Comrade Yanda, the last hand?
Thank
Comrade
you, Chair.
Yanda, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to greet the President, Premier of Northern Cape, Comrade Zamani. I would also like to greet you, Comrade Chair, and the coordinator of the Western Cape, Comrade Ronaldo. Comrade Chair, this second pandemic is a very serious issue. I've listened to the presentation of the guy from Sonke Gender Justice, where he raised the issue of this kind of behavior being in from our homes, as certain teachings be actions against women in our society. I think we should have a strategy where we are going to have a way of removing that kind of mentality into our men, especially in our areas and also
We're losing you, comrade. We're losing you. Comrade, we have lost you. Comrades, I think we have lost you, comrade.
I think we should continue the program.
Let's proceed, sir. Yes,
because
I think let's,
we have been raising awarenesses against racism.
Okay. All right. Comrade, can you? I think let's move, comrades, because I'm sure it's connection. I think we have here Mamuzelda, who lost a child, 8-year-old Medad. I think this is the only hand I will give. and then we move forward. Zelda?
Good evening, Mr. President. It's Carmen van Wyk speaking, the mother of Tesna van Wyk that was kidnapped and murdered early in February this year. Firstly, I just want to ask that where is all that promises that were made by us, by you yourself? You were at our home. There were a lot to say. You have instructed some of your ministers to come to us and to address themselves, even from the Monday, just after the funeral. And as yet, ever since, we haven't heard of them, not even received any message, nothing. And then there's matters that even now that the court cases that we went through, even the last one now, particularly, we were treated as if we were the criminals. Because my partner Terence is with me, the father of Tesna. The officers there, they were treating him very disrespectfully. And it's a very concerned matter of ours, in spite of all the others promises and stuff that were made to us, and nobody did come forward or anything of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Zelda. I think let's move forward. We remember you, Zelda, from Elsis River. I think let's move forward because I think what the participants here have clearly put forward some concrete suggestions of what must be done by men and boys in our communities at work or in learning institutions. So I think we can move forward because I must thank you, all you participants, for those inputs and suggestions. And they will be, I'm sure, incorporated into the draft declaration. I'm sure now we'll just give a few minutes for the response, just brief response from the Minister of Police, Comrade Peggy Cele, and the Deputy Minister of Justice, Comrade John Jeffries, in that order. Comrade Minister, Comrade Peggy.
Thank you very much, Comrade Lerumo. Good evening, comrades. Good evening, Mr. President, and all comrades that are here. I was really pleased when Advocate Venice Becker spoke because I would love that we emphasize this point of gender-based violence and femicide in children, because they are big victims in all these matters. Maybe that's an emphasis that we'll make as we go forward. But Mr. President and the Chair, Babu Zamane, when I was asked in the year 2009, when I was given the temporary job of being a National Commissioner of South African Police, what was my vision? Was that when in the middle of the night, a young woman walks alone without the fear of being assaulted, attacked, or raped by any other person. And that vision is still there. But that vision will have to be driven by all men. It is on that score that sometimes I'll be controversial here. Sometimes I don't agree very much with the theory of that men must protect women. Women don't need protection of men, they need their space. They are fully fledged human beings. If I were quoting from Chief Albert Luchula, I would have said, let my people go, let the women go. They don't need our protection, they need their space, they are capable, they are bright, they can do things. Because this idea of protecting them, it gives the idea of ownership. as if they are our pets. They are not our pets. They are fully fledged human beings. So as we deal with men, again, I would agree, let's deal with young men, but let's deal the men across, because you look at old men. I was just reading that teacher who raped the 15-year-old child in Durban. That's not a young boy, he's a man of 40. It's not the man that was sentenced 3 days ago, is 62, raped 15 months. So it's a question that let's concentrate on deal with the men. Let's come with these programs that will concentrate on the men dealing with the matters. The point, the other point, which will be the last point to make on this one. This idea that it's some kind of people somewhere and others are better than others does not exist. This thing that people that will rape are in townships and all in suburbs and those beautiful areas don't do it does not exist. Men misbehave across the board. But one other thing, the communities and the society will have to be part of fighting this scourge. When you look at your statistics of the rape in the year 2019-2020, 18,231 people were raped in the residences they know, in the residence of perpetrator, in the residence of victim, in the next door, in their families, which means they are raped by the people they know. So we'll have to bring community really on board on this one. Another worrying factor that we'll have to look at it very closely is that about 308 of people were raped at the educational institutions, but also worse, 16 of them were raped on the government premises, which means we don't have to look far. We need to look around us and look around everywhere to put these programs going forward. The last one, Lerumo, I saw Comrade Zelda there. She did raise the matter about how the husband was treated. We did go to that police station to deal with the police on that matter. Maybe we'll have to make the follow-up, because if I remember very well, she raised the matter and we'll try to deal with the matter. Maybe what we haven't done is a follow-up of the matter, of which I as stand here, will have to follow that matter forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Minister. Comrade JJ. Comrade JJ. Comrade JJ, are you there? Seeming like I can't get Comrade JJ.
Doesn't seem to be logged in.
Is not logged in.
He was logged in. He might have just been lost.
Yeah.
Hi, Comrade Lerumo.
Yeah, hi.
Oh, there you
Can you hear me?
go.
Yeah, sorry,
Yes,
I
I can hear
got
Can hear you.
kicked out. I might have to close the video just because I'm still on network. But apologies
Okay.
for that. It was just bad timing. But luckily, firstly, just greetings to the president and to all other leadership and members, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. This is, as the president had said, a big crisis, a big problem, a second pandemic. From Justice's side, we are trying to ensure that survivors, victims are dealt with as least secondary traumatization as possible, establishing and rolling out sexual offences courts where it's easier or there's less secondary victimization. Establishing Thuthuzela care centers attached to hospitals where survivors, victims can get treatment and have evidence taken.
We are tightening the law, as you'd heard from the late Comrade Hisham in the video in the beginning. His brother, Comrade Salim, also spoke about that. Those bills are in Parliament. They will be out for a comment by Parliament. But there are issues, and I'm aware of the issues of Mauriceburg. Bernice Spurgeons had sent me the letter from the NP not wanting to proceed with the case that was raised. I forwarded that for her comments, but it is an issue of, in our justice system, and it's like this across the world, a person is innocent until proven guilty. The state has to prove guilt. And that the difficulty comes in. But there are issues there that need to be responded to by the NPA. The other point I wanted to make is also that it's individuals who are applying the law, whether it's police people, whether it's clerks, prosecutors, magistrates, and people are human, people make mistakes, people have their own attitudes and prejudices. So where there are problems with officials, can those please be reported so that the issues can be taken up with them? We do training of officials, but it's not enough, and people, in spite of going on training, can still have their own attitudes. The other issue, though, is that there's no magic bullet to end gender-based violence and femicide and rapes and sexual offences. There's no switch that we can press or click and it will end it. It's a societal issue, and I think he was also raising this point just when my network crashed. You know, the people, gender-based violence are not people from across the border or from some other place. They're men, they're us as men. And it's our fathers, our sons, our brothers, our friends. And definitely, I think there's a lot more we've got to do as men's attitudes to women. Are women, why do so many see women as possession, as sexual object gratification? You know, I'm sure none of us have racist friends, but we may have a number of friends who've assaulted women, and we don't call them out on it. So there are all those issues that need to be attended to. I think Comrade Mdu spoke about the boy child, but I think it's also, and I think that is very key, but I think it's also engaging with the girl child so that the girl child knows how to interact with males. So I think it is very much a societal issue. It's not something that we can put a police person in every home to police the relationship between a couple. So those Comrade Lerumo, are the comments that I wanted to make. Let me leave it like that for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Comrade JJ. I'm sure as we have been listening, we do as men take the responsibility to actually deal with the problem, to deal with ourselves, because the animals is men, and we're impacting this thing to our children who are boys. So it's very important that we must continue with programs like this. I'm sure, President, you have heard us. What as men we are saying. Thank you very much for the contributions that have been there. After now, we'll go get the clip. After the clip, I'll hand over to Comrade Alistair Jack to take over directing the program. Thank you very much for all those who have contributed and who have come with solutions. I'm sure those solutions will see themselves in the draft declaration. Thank you very much. Over to you, Comrade Alistair Jack.
Good evening, comrades. We're just going to finish the clip.
It is proposed that just a single incident of degrading or humiliating conduct should be sufficient to constitute emotional, verbal, or psychological abuse in respect of which the complainant can obtain a protection order. Here again, in the past, or rather as the law is current, the current act says there must have been repeated acts of incidents of degrading and humiliating conduct. The proposed amendment, of course, says it doesn't have to be repeated conduct, but just a single incident of degrading and humiliating conduct should be sufficient to constitute an emotional, and verbal, and psychological abuse. Then the third amendment proposed is where complainants can also file electronically. In other words, you are able to serve documents through electronic means, and the Act provides for that. And then very importantly, the criminalization of non-reporting is another proposal in the proposed bill. This means that if you are aware of a domestic violence incident or act of domestic violence occurring somewhere and you do not report it, then that would become a criminal offense and you could be charged for non-reporting. So please, people, please report all acts of domestic violence or abuse that you know of. Then the fourth amendment is it empowers the police or peace officer that is on the scene to make an arrest and also to search the place. Previously, the police had to get a warrant and a search order from the magistrate. And this time, with this proposed amendments, they will be able to search and enter the premises of the perpetrator, especially when there's dangerous weapons involved, in order to ensure that no further harm is caused to the victim. Then, just lastly, applications for protection orders outside ordinary court hours is another proposed amendment. If the court has established a reasonable belief that the complainant or related person to the complainant will suffer or may suffer harm, then such application will be dealt with immediately, even if it's after hours. Currently, this is not clear, and the courts many times do not sit after hours, meaning that will bring the complainant harm and in danger. And this amendment is very critical, that even if the court hours are completed on the day, after hours you can still bring such an application, and the courts will make provision for such service to be available. These are some of the amendments proposed in the Domestic Violence Act. We will now switch over to the second segment of this amendment, and that will look at the Criminal Procedure Act as well as the Sexual Offences Act. And that will be done by Joy van der Heijden. So please do watch out for the next video, which is the third part. Thank you very much.
Good evening, comrades. I want to welcome all present. We have some real good reflections and input, as well as responses from security cluster ministers. Thank you, comrades. We now will listen to our Commander-in-Chief, Comrade Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa. The President has taken it upon himself to lead the charge on this matter, springing on men and boys from all sectors of society, all communities, all ages to take a stand and to do the right thing every day, wherever they find themselves. Comrade President, you can take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. I welcome this opportunity and greet all the leaders of our movement and leaders of various formations that are part of this dialogue tonight. I especially want to greet Comrade Zamani, the chair of our movement in the Northern Cape, who has facilitated this, as well as Comrade Lerumo, the chair of our interim structure in the Western Cape, and indeed comrades in various other structures of our movement, and also for the organizing department, the Lutuli House, and Comrade Phoebe, and them, and comrades in the league and the organizing department, for making this very important discussion and dialogue possible. I really welcome this because this dialogue adds to the tremendous heightening of consciousness that is now underway in our land on the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. And I want to pay tribute to the women of our country for having taken up this struggle most forcefully, with great commitment, suffering, and foresight. But I also want to join some of the speakers, and I think all men should be able to do so, to apologize to the women of our country for what we men continue to do to them and against them. I've addressed this issue of gender-based violence and femicide on a number of occasions. And we even held a joint session of Parliament. But during this course of fighting the scourge of COVID-19, we characterized it also as a pandemic. And indeed, it is a pandemic that we've got to engage in and fight and defeat, like we are fighting to defeat a virus. I want to thank all those who have spoken with great insight and feeling, but also particularly those who've been victims in one form, shape, or another. As families, as parents, as grandparents, as we had harrowing stories of women who've been violated, abused, of children who've either been raped or killed. And Ms. Van Wyk, I'm delighted that you are here tonight. Just in this week, I dealt with the matter that you have raised. I want to apologize to you that since I last visited your home and came to pay condolences and to come and soothe your pain, your acute pain, which I'm sure continues till now. Yes, we looked at the circumstances of your living, and I made certain pronouncements. I am very sorry and embarrassed that
That has not happened. This very week, I was asked, somebody came to ask and said, did we say we're going to build a Wendy house for the Van Wyk family? I said, there's just no way that I could ever have said we're going to build a Wendy house. I was actually rather taken aback and shocked that it was being put across like that. Dr. Olive Shisana in my office is going to be in touch with you, and we're going to take this matter forward, and we're going to see to it that what we did say to you will happen. So that will happen. I'd like to pay tribute to women's organizations in our country, and particularly the ANC Women's League, that has been in the leadership position and leading the country and all of us on the issue of addressing gender-based violence. I've often said that even at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm in conversation at times with the Secretary General of the ANC Women's League about what needs to be done to address the suffering of women in our own country. The National Executive Committee of the African National Congress at its last meeting, recent meeting, decided that the ANC, apart from leading the fight against corruption, must also take up very seriously the campaign on gender-based violence and femicide. And we must so mobilize our structures throughout the country to take on this campaign. I'm very delighted, as I said, that the Northern Cape and the Western Cape structures of our movement, and indeed many other provinces, have taken this fight up. So we are already beginning the process of implementing the decisions that were taken by the National Executive Committee. I'm also delighted that this webinar tonight includes such a diverse grouping of South Africans, sports people, music artists, lawyers, social workers, academics, and business people, tavern owners, you name it. You are all here tonight. And you've been here from 6 o'clock until now. This, to me, is one of the great joys of being a South African, because when we do get engaged in issues that affect the nation, we do so collectively with a great deal of enthusiasm. It was just purely a joy to listen to a tavern owner saying this is what they are doing. They're putting technological monitoring systems in the tavern, in the shebeen, to look at people who may want to molest and harm women. And to listen to sports people, Bavuma, my favorite cricketer, talking about being prepared to do a whole number of things. So we've got a nation that is getting primed more and more to do work. We've got academics, we've got social workers, we've got ordinary people, we've got grandparents and parents and mothers and so on. We're all suffering through this pandemic, and our suffering must lead to action. We've got people in the LGBTQ+ community who are also part of this. So we are involved in a national campaign, and let's embrace it. And I often said we must also not lose this COVID moment, that much as it is terrible and it's leading to the loss of so many lives, also has a silver lining, in that it is getting us to act in ways that we never envisaged under normal conditions. And I was saying to my colleagues in cabinet that I'd like us in this fight against gender-based violence to leave certain mementos, if you like, certain legacies, where we will say we fought against coronavirus, but we also fought against gender-based violence and femicide, also against corruption. And these are the legacies that we left because we made such great success. We saved lives. We dealt with gender-based violence and femicide. We dealt with corruption, and we took effective steps for all of them. A number of colleagues have been saying we've acted with such determination against COVID-19. We need to see that also happening with gender-based violence and femicide. And now the other serious fight that we are engaged in now is corruption. And all these pandemics, because corruption is another pandemic, all these pandemics must lead to the action that will reposition the lives of our people. And the other pandemic, of course, is poverty, inequality, and joblessness. We've had the triple challenges, but we wrap them up into one and say it's the economic pandemic. So we're fighting all these 4 pandemics, and they've descended on our country all at one go. But we are South Africans. We are men and women enough to be able to shoulder these 4 pandemics and win against them. And this is precisely what I would like to lead our nation in. Let us fold our sleeves, wage the struggle, the war against all these 4 pandemics. The women of our country feel unsafe in their homes, in their workplaces, in places of worship even, and even in government buildings, in schools, in shopping areas, in the streets of our country, in the pathways of our villages. They feel unsafe. Gender-based violence and femicide is an indictment on our society. One of the participants in this webinar said, as a medical professional in the text messages, I would like to comment on the tremendous suffering experienced by women as a consequence of gender-based violence, especially domestic violence. Women suffering from GBV often suffer for years, often in silence. And he says, or she says, this colleague, as doctors, we often treat women on a serial and chronic basis. Once the women are raped, once they are violated in their homes, in all these places, I regard it almost, a woman was raped, I see it as a death sentence, because I've seen how women who've been raped suffer for years and years, because that is something that they can never outlive. Those who are battered and violated in their homes and elsewhere, the shame, the humiliation, and the pain, and the scars that stay with them forever. The 2019/20 crime statistics released by Minister of Police, Minister Cele, indicate that the violence against women and children continues to increase. It is increasing. It is clear that we need to do much more and better to effectively deal with gender-based violence and femicide. Much as we've come up with a national strategic plan that was drafted by the women of our country, who took up the cudgels of fighting against this scourge, much as we've got that strategic plan, much more needs to be done. Much as we set aside last year 1.6 billion, and will set aside even more, much more needs to be done. Whilst GBVF is a social societal challenge, which requires a whole of society response, we must put in place an effective legal system that protects the victims and survivors and allows for appropriate sentencing of perpetrators. The women of our country have been right in saying that we do need to make sure that the justice system responds. And tonight we had worrying stories. And I'm glad Minister Cele is here and Deputy Minister John Jeffrey is also here to listen to the real life stories of the parents, the mothers and grandfathers of the people, of the children and the women who've been violated, and how our justice system, from the police, the prosecutorial, the magisterial, judges, the judicial, as well as the National Prosecuting Authority, is not responsive as they would like it to be. But I must say that progress has been made. We're in the process of strengthening our criminal justice system to deal more effectively with gender-based violence and femicide by employing more personnel, providing better training and resources for police. Court officials and medical legal staff who have had to deal with such cases are being trained and retrained. We're also training judicial officials. We're making the strides. I was reading a book about how the United States, they were plotting the history of how they've been dealing with gender-based violence, right back from the Civil War, and how particularly Black women were treated, and how over time, the 50s, the 60s, the women started finding their voices, protesting about it. And I was reading how Angela Davis also was describing the processes that they've been going through. So every nation has to deal with this scourge, and every nation can plot its own progress along the way. We've been making progress, and thank God that we've got a civil society sort of organizations that have stood up very firmly, women's organizations, both at the social level and at the political level, who have stood up to raise the level of consciousness in the nation. And now Parliament is wide awake to it, and the criminal justice system is being improved, and we will keep on improving all the time. Recently, Cabinet approved that we should send to Parliament bills that aim to provide greater protection to victims and survivors of gender-based violence and femicide, and stiffen and tighten bail and sentencing conditions in cases that involve gender-based violence. And I'd like to honor Comrade Hisham for the incredible work, our late comrade, who passed away so suddenly, and so, and we were just robbed of a comrade who had dedicated his life, the life that he spent in defense of the poor, but especially women, but more particularly his work in Parliament, advancing the interests of women and being particularly involved in the laws that were now introduced by cabinet in parliament recently. And he would have been the main mover in our parliamentary system on these laws. And these are the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, which among other things facilitates the obtaining of protection orders and makes the consequences of contravening a protection order much harsher. The Criminal Law, which is the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Bill, and the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill aim, amongst other things, to tighten bail conditions for alleged perpetrators and provide for harsher minimum sentences. Now, this is in response to some of the shocking sentences and the releasing of people who have raped our children, our young women, and our sisters, our mothers and grandmothers, where communities see them, they get arrested and then they get released and they are seen again, and some of them go back and commit the same crimes again. Now, this is in response to that, because the women of our country have raised this sharply. As government, we are adamant that we will do everything in our power to deal with gender-based violence and femicide. And we don't know it all. And that is why it's important that we continue to have dialogues like this, that we continue to interact with each other in the way that we are tonight, so that we learn from each other's wisdom. And I'm glad to see that this session was being recorded, and the text messages that have been passed on are going to be recorded, and there'll be a declaration after this. We must continue to do this. The criminal justice system still needs a lot of work to be responsive to the cries and the challenges that our people face. And what we heard tonight speaks precisely to that. And then there are wonderful suggestions that have been made. One of my sisters tonight said, there's the needs, and there is merit in this. She said, there's a need for restorative justice programs, because perpetrators and victims both need healing and they need a number of interventions. And we need to look at that, and we need to get government to embrace that, and I'd like to see that happening. Someone posted a message in the webinar message section that the president, Mr. President, you must address reports and allegations of police brutality, and in particular the killing of children as a result of police action amongst community protests. You're absolutely right. We had a meeting with religious leaders just a day or two ago, and the same issue was raised. And it was raised in a form where the religious leaders were saying it needs to be addressed, and I will want to address it more sharply, more pointedly, because even our police officials, much as they work under difficult conditions and they're doing work to protect our nation, they also do need to have that sensitivity that is expected of them in terms of our constitution. In some cases, we regret it, like what happened with the killing of this young disabled child in Gauteng province, Julius. So that too needs to be addressed, and the religious leaders were saying we need to find a way that our people should report these, because we live in a country that upholds the basic human rights of all our people, and we must live it in real effect. But effective laws and more policing will not be enough on their own. We should know that. We're dealing with a much deeper problem. We need all of society to work together to eliminate gender-based violence and femicide, because quite a lot of it happens in the privacy of people's homes. And that is where we need to do more work. Look at the homestead. Look at, and one of the participants said, it's about the relationships between us as individuals. But we should also rely on the tried and tested methods that we have used in our struggle against apartheid, which was how we were able to act as communities to defend one another, how we were able to act as communities to make sure that there is morality, there is adherence to ethics, and there was moral regeneration. And some people have suggested that we need to up our determination to have moral regeneration in our country. We relied on street committees, and street committees where communities were interconnected, where communities related to one another, where communities knew what was happening. In every street where we grew up, we knew who was who in the street. We knew everything that was happening. If a stranger came in, the stranger was immediately known and would be watched. And if a child was errant and was disrespectful to their parents, the community would immediately make sure that that child is reprimanded, is put on the right course. We are losing, and we have lost that. And we need to go back to that as we find the scourge. And it is for this reason that I've been talking about we must have coronavirus forums in our communities. And these forums must also have to be forums that will deal with gender-based violence. Someone spoke about the community policing forums. Yes, we must have community policing forums where the police work together with us, because they cannot do it all. But more importantly tonight, I think this is a dialogue where men need to stand up, where men needs to be men, real men, who will do things in partnership with the women of our country in combating gender-based violence. Men tonight need to pledge that we are going to become partners to combat gender-based violence and femicide. And we are going to confront patriarchal norms and attitudes and act at all times in a manner that respects the rights and the lives of women. The only way we are going to really make a dent on ending gender-based violence and femicide, it is when men decide that they are going to take responsibility and end it. And it is not going to end of its own volition. We as men now need to stand up and say, we are going to bring an end to gender-based violence and femicide, because it is us as men who violate the women of our country, who rape them, who kill them, and who abuse them. We abuse them physically, we abuse them economically, we abuse them verbally, we abuse them by using this toxic power that we have. It is us who must now take responsibility. But we must do so acting in partnership with the women of our country. And I believe that men will respond to other men in a way that they will not respond to women. We now must take it up as men, and we must be the ones as men to talk to other men. We need to engage yes, our communities and structures in campaigns to change the minds of citizens or society and stamp out the behavior that treat women as inferior and as property, as Minister Cele was saying. And silence about gender-based violence is one of the greatest factors that enable this crime. And as I was saying, what happens in societies is often known. We often know what's happening, and we keep quiet. All too often we know our comrade, our friend, our relative is a perpetrator, but we keep silent. No longer should we be silent. We must call out perpetrators without any fear or favor. And as men, we must now be saying to other men that if you do, my friend, my brother, my colleague, just I want you to know that I am going to have to speak out against you. And in fact, if you do harm a woman, I want you to know that I am actually going to physically take you to the police and have you reported. And that should be like the code of conduct amongst us, that my friend, best friend or otherwise, my colleague, even my boss, if you do it, I, as a South African responsible man, this is what I am going to do. And tonight, it is the ANC that I call on to lead this campaign against gender-based violence and femicide. But we must also do it in a principled way, where we relate to one of the strategic objectives of our national democratic revolution, which dictates that we must build a non-sexist society. And we must stop looking at it in a formalistic way only. Building a non-sexist society is not only about representation of women in various positions. It is about that and much more. It is about how we treat the women of South Africa. That is what a non-sexist society means. That is what the respect for women in our country should mean. Importantly, there needs to be greater focus, and some colleagues spoke about that, on the economic and social empowerment of women. Because people often ask, why do women stay in violent and abusive relationships? They stay because the relationship, the power and economic relationships are not equal. And we therefore need to focus on the empowerment of women of our country, ensuring that they get a greater stake in the economy and assume a more equal place in the world of work. This is necessary not only for gender equality, but also to empower the women of our country to be more easily, to extricate themselves easily from abusive situations. One of my brothers who spoke here, and I took that up immediately into heart. He said, it is us men, tonight being a man's dialogue, it is us men who must agree that we are going to sacrifice the privileges that we have. As men, we've been so privileged throughout. Nearly everything has been about men. You know, jobs have been, men have been occupying key jobs, leadership positions and everything. And he was saying, we must now sacrifice our privileges because we've enjoyed these privileges, and we must now agree that women must now be moved to the fore. Extensive research has been and is being done on how men and boys can contribute to the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. Some of the interventions that we in government and in the private sector are seeing is that this needs to be led, but it must also include one of the most important interventions can be to confront and change harmful gender norms that perpetuate gender inequality at home, at work, and in public. We must be consistent in our message that women and girls are equal to men and boys. We must emphasize in word and in deed that women and girls are not anybody's property. And it is in this regard that today men must say, we are going to advance the interests of women. But advancing the interests of women should not mean that we are neglecting the boys. We must also, another intervention, create funding and scaling up programs that establish zero tolerance for gender-based violence. That means implementing these programs in workplaces, online, and confronting all forms of gender-based violence and femicide wherever we encounter them. We must also work with educators and others who provide social services on the impact of violence on the development of children and provide support for children who witness and experience violence at home. And I'd also like to see courses, the change of our curriculum that must include gender studies. It must include gender studies for boys and for girls, where boys from a young age, as Comrade Manana was saying, from a young age must be taught how to be real boys and real men, to have the respect for women and not be abusive towards women. And they must be taught to stop this nonsense that we were fed with, that boys don't cry. It would be like tigers don't cry, boys don't cry. Because it is when you numb that, when you kill that, that you actually contribute to boys not having feelings and acting callously against the women of our country. The other intervention is that we must be positive and reinforce the message that women and girls enjoy equal protection under the Constitution and in the laws of our country. We must confront toxic masculinity and consistently check our own impulses to subconsciously reinforce patriarchal attitudes, such as the impulse to assign gender importance to male voices and opinions, precisely what Manana was saying. It must be us men who talk about patriarchy. We've left this task to women. They are the ones who protest against patriarchy, who talk against patriarchy. We must be the one who say, this is patriarchal, and patriarchy must fall. We are the ones who must be agitating for the rights of women. We must also, as an intervention, destigmatize girls' and women's health, including menstrual hygiene and pregnancy. Men and boys must be engaged in order to become informed allies and protect inclusivity and equality. I had wonderful proposals about how we should go about launching campaigns publicly, much more publicly, in a much more innovative, technologically advanced way. The public broadcaster, someone said, and media must be engaged and they must get involved in this. I was pleased to hear that the traditional leaders must not be left behind. They have a role to play in all this. Men must become more active in households and contribute equally to care work. In this way, we become examples for young boys and work against oppressive gender stereotypes. When boys see fathers and older males more actively involved in all manner of work, including domestic care work and so forth, they are more likely to contribute to such work. When young men get to see adult males, they are role models who are doing this type of work. I think that not only does the message kind of have a deeper resonance with them when they hear it from a male and see what a male is doing, but it also gives them a different perspective about what their own future can be. Another intervention is that government must establish policies and practices that encourage men to be full partners in the care work through parental leave. Employers must have policies and practices that recognize the equal parenting responsibility of men. We must educate fathers on the benefit of taking full paternity leave, as this can aid in bolstering children's development. Fathers must be able, yes, to spend time with their boys, with the boys. This can also contribute to gender equality in a number of ways. And of course, the other area, which was also raised in the course of the inputs here, I think it was colleague Jones who said so, the issue of pay, the equal pay for work of equal value needs to be something that we look at and in fact even move towards legislating for. Because women are still paid less than their male counterparts in nearly all jobs, and this must be brought to an end. And I've raised this and I've charged my colleagues to look closely at this so that we can begin to do the type of thing we did with the national minimum wage and raise a massive campaign in the country. Because the women of our country are not valued, they are devalued. They do work and unpaid work for that matter, and we don't value them. We must enforce accountability for pay equity, provide fair compensation for care work, and create transparent systems to ensure non-discrimination in recruitment, in hiring and retention. We must create and support institutional reform that advance women and gender non-conforming individuals as leaders and decision makers, ensuring equal representation of women and men and active inclusion of people from the LGBTQI+ community in leadership positions across society. And we must change the mindset about traditional gender roles and stereotypes. This has been, for me, a very insightful and engaging dialogue. And I would say, I hope this is not the end. I'd like to see comrades who organize this. It must be extended to the other provinces. I'd like to see it in Gauteng, full-blown, KZN, Free State, and all the provinces, Limpopo, because it is through this. Tonight, we've got almost 250 people participating, but we must have up to 1,000 and more participating, and it's easy to have a webinar which will include so many people so that this message spreads. In the United States, that's their evolution about dealing with gender-based violence started off, as I was saying, since their civil war. And it went right through into the 70s, the 80s, and it is now at another level, but they still need more to do more work. And we can plot our own progress through the decades. But this must be the year in which we really move the envelope, and we really make strides to achieve that one great objective that is set out in our national democratic revolution, to have a non-sexist South Africa. It is a process, but we must achieve it, and we must seek to achieve it in our lifetime. Is it possible? I believe that we can. And this COVID moment gives us a great platform. This dealing with this second pandemic, which is gender-based violence and femicide, we can deal a real devastating blow against this scourge. And if we work together as men, working together with the women of our country, I believe we can achieve more. Let us all go out and do everything in our power to fight this scourge. So I thank you for allowing me to be part of this dialogue. I really feel empowered tonight. And thank you very much, comrades. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade President. Comrades will be now having a revolutionary song.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
President.
so much.
Comrade Peggy,
Is that a revolutionary song?
Thank you, President. Comrade Kalako.
Comrade Alest.
Comrade Alest.
Yes.